Good morning and welcome to Tunis for the third and final day of the Tunis Grand Prix. We're in the nation's capital, Tunis, the largest city of Tunisia. Situated on the Mediterranean Sea Gulf, the city of Tunis extends along the coastal plain and the hills that surround it. At its core lies its amazing ancient Medina, a World Heritage Site. And I'm delighted to be sitting alongside former world champion Loretta Cusack-Doyle. It's a very good morning to you, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon, and yes, the last day, third day, and a very exciting day as well, where we've got quite a lot of juniors in here that are going to, I think, top that medal post.
Well, Loretta's going to give you some inside stories, the inside track on who to look out for on this third and final day. We've got 5 weight categories to bring you, 3 men, 3 women, and we'll start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in each of those 5 weight categories. And we'll start with the under 90 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Tot Christian of Hungary. The number 2 seed is Islam Bozbayev of Kazakhstan. The number 3 seed is David Klamert of the Czech Republic. And the number 4 seed is Osama Snoussi of Tunisia.
Well, looking at it's quite an impressive list of athletes participating, 26 of them, and obviously Tot has got to be one of the biggest contenders of winning this weight category. But the ones that I've been looking through all the lists today of all the weight categories, and it's a bit of a junior theme that's going on for me this time. And the couple that looking down on Pool D, you've got Pet Graves. This is going to be a very interesting match. You've got Florentino of Dominican Republic, junior world silver medalist and continental champion. He's one to watch for me. I think he could come through. He's quite a nice judo player, very gutsy as well. And looking at a couple of others, we've got Machedo of Brazil, again a junior world champion, and in Zagreb last year picked up a silver medal. So I think he's going to be, if he can get past Tot, but nevertheless I think he could get a medal.
Okay, I think there are a few tricky ones in there as well. Abderrahman Ben Amadi, the Algerian, he will probably come up against Hatem Abdel Acher of Egypt. We've seen how strong the Egyptians have been here, and maybe they haven't had to travel far. Maybe that's helped them out. But you've probably got an all-African matchup there in round 2 if you can get past Jasper Smink. Cyril Grossklaus of Switzerland has a tough first round match against Adachi Kenta of Japan, and then there's a really tricky one down in the lower half of the drawing, Pool D, with a potential matchup between Noel van der End and Dmitry Dovgan. If the Russian, if Dovgan can get past Guzemir of Tunisia. Okay, let's take a look at the under 100 kilo category. Ramadan Darwish of Egypt is the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed is Ben Fletcher of Ireland. The number 3 seed is Lis Bujakub of Algeria, and the number 4 seed is Zlatko Kumric of Croatia.
Again, I've gone for the younger theme as well. You've got Awiti Altrez from Great Britain, from Cancun. He picked up a bronze medal. Abu Dhabi, also a bronze medal, and the Grand Prix in Budapest, a bronze. So he's someone that's always around there. He's coming through quite nicely, and someone to watch in from Pool B. And then down on the bottom here, we get another Brazilian, and I quite favour the Brazilian. They're gutsy fighters. They've had a lot of exposure on the world circuit, and Concalves of Brazil, junior world silver medalist back in 2015. So again, someone to watch. A junior theme once more.
Right, okay, in the plus 100 kilo category, the number 1 seed is the home favourite, Faisal Jabala of Tunisia. The number 2 seed is Iachiv Kamo of Ukraine. The number 3 seed is, we got this from our Senegalese referee, didn't we? Mbagnik Njai of Senegal. And the number 4 seed is Michael Horak of Czech Republic.
I'm going to go for the number 2 seed, the Ukraine. I think the Grand Slam in Moscow is in The Hague last year. At the end of the year, he picked up a bronze medal, so he seems to be on form. So I think he could actually push that spot. But like you say, Jabala from Tunisia, homegrown man here. He's going to have the support behind him, and percentages, he could just top it.
couple of people to look out for. Tamerlan Bashayev of Russia down in Pool D. Javad Majub also in Pool D from Iran. And there was a matchup between Bashayev and Kamo at the Junior Europeans a few years ago when Bashayev damaged his leg and Kamo helped him off. He got the Spirit of Judo Award for that. So they could meet again. That would be a semi-final matchup. Vladut Simeonescu, the Romanian, he's quite tough. Angel Para of Spain. There are quite a few of them in there. Mikio Akroturu of Romania. What a lineup. Sato Kazuya of Japan, we don't know a great deal about. We'll see him in the top half
There's
of
some good
the
players
draw.
out there, so it's free for all, I think, at the moment.
Under 78 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Karen Stevenson of the Netherlands. The number 2 seed is a particular favourite of mine, Anastasia Turchin of Ukraine. The number 3 seed is Clara Apoteka, a really, really difficult competitor to get past. And the number 4 seed, Sara Mzugui of Tunisia.
Well, I'm going to go for the number 2 seed, Chechen. Obviously in Tashkent last year, took the gold medal. Tbilisi, also gold, and Abu Dhabi a bronze medal. So she's real on form there. She's number 2. Stevenson, yeah, again, she's at the Masters in St. Petersburg, picked up a bronze medal. Hoyhut, a silver, and and a European Cup of 5th place. So a European Championships of 5th place, I should say. So it will be a battle between those two. But again, Opataka of Slovenia, the Düsseldorf last year, took a bronze medal. Grand Slam in Tumen back in 2016, silver medalist, and Junior World Championships silver medalist back in 2015. So she's got some credibility behind her. So again, another one that could come through.
The unknown quantity in there is Zumi Mao of Japan. We'll have to see
we don't
how
really know too much
get on
there.
with that. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at the last of the weight categories. That's the plus 78 kilo category, the heavyweight women. The number 1 seed is Marina Slutskaya of Belarus. The number 2 seed, Beatrice Souza of Brazil. The number 3 seed is Sandra Jablonsklita of Lithuania. And the number 4 seed, Anna Maria Valencek of Slovenia.
Well, I'm going to go for Valencek. She
Well,
always
you've gone for a
impressive.
half-sister in the under 78 kilo category.
Really? I didn't even realise that.
They are. Yeah.
But no, I've got a feeling with Valencia because she's always impressed me, and I think the 16 athletes, I think that she could come through here. I think she could meet, obviously, Slutskia in that semi-final for a place in the final. That's where I think they'll meet. It's all on the day, really. It's an open weight category. I think there's some real strong athletes in the weight, and it's just about who performs on the day, really.
The unknown quantity down there in Pool D, Inoue Akari of Japan. But I'm going to go with Loretta's pick here, Anna Marie Valencek. She's not the finished article in the plus 78 kilo category. She's working her way into that because she's a bronze medalist in the Olympic Games in the weight below, but now working her way up the ranks of the plus 78 kilo category.
She's a very strong athlete.
And I think it's a good move for her. She's got the right kind of height for this weight category. She hasn't got the bulk. She's only up there at about 82 kilos, I think, maybe just a little bit more. But she, as I say, is not quite the finished article. But we still got time. She's got time to get into the weight category before we come to the final qualification push, and then looking at Tokyo at taking a medal there. That's her aim. We're going to start by taking a look at the contests on mat 2 in the under 90 kilo category, opening round. Davletkan Jakipov of Kazakhstan faces Batuhan Efemgil of Turkey. It's Jakipov in the white judogi, Efemgil in blue. Yeah, there's always something interesting about the heavyweights, and I don't mean the under 90 kilo category. I'm going to go back to the plus 100 kilo category, when you get to see the big guys, how they operate on the final day. They've been hanging around for a few days waiting for their turn to come, and here it is. Some are enthused by that, and some of them had the steam taken out of them. And you see them come to the mat, you think,
Yes.
I wonder which one we're going to get today. Ready to rock and roll, or just simply, here we go.
It might be that sort of laid-back type of attitude, just to reserve the energy.
Could be.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to be many that are phased by these sort of. I suppose a lot of heavyweights tend to go a lot longer, so they've been in this environment for many, many years, and just take it in their stride.
Just a reminder that you are perfectly welcome to choose one or either of the mats. We've only got the 2 mats here. Normally you have 3 or 4, but we've just got 2 mats here this weekend. So it's mat number 2 with us, the commentated channel, or mat number 1 if you like. You know, you can choose. But what I can guarantee you of is you won't miss an opportunity to watch any of the fights. Choice is yours. You can click on whichever mat you want, follow a particular mat or a particular weight category, follow a country, follow a fighter. Choice is yours. You can click on whichever of the 2 mats you want. The only thing we can't guarantee is that we'll be commentating on it.
That's it, and we move from one mat to the next, but we're obviously following the top seeds of the tournament and trying to cover as many of the athletes as we possibly can. But as we all know, it's impossible to do that. But we will try and look at those that are favoured in winning a medal.
Yep, little left-sided effort there from Efemgil. He brought Shakipov down, but only onto his knees, so no
It's
score.
looking very strong out there at the moment, and a little bit of a warm-up here for both these athletes. It's taken a little time to sort of now go into second gear. We've seen them sort of battling away with the Kumikata, trying to take domination in the match. Efemgil just a little bit more feistier out there at this moment.
Well, he's the one who's picked up the single Shido, so maybe he's just stepped things up a little bit in an effort to ensure that he doesn't get... Oh! How did Shakipov end up there? Maybe he doesn't want to pick up another Shido and he wants to try to even things up. Just put Shakipov under a bit of pressure. Oh!
Well, that's the second one. Yeah, Miguel really now under a bit of pressure. Still 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in the contest. He's put in a few attacks there, but he's not really been very close to getting the scores. He's been a little bit off the mark. Timing slightly poor there with that Koichigari that we've just seen. There's the Koichigaki's nice attempt there. Quite agile for a big lad.
A little bit untidy with some of his hand to leg attacks, you know. He's picked up 2 penalties, hasn't he, for touching the leg? Well, certainly one.
One, yeah.
I don't know what the other one was for, but he almost got another one there. That would have been it.
A lovely turn. Oh, goodness me. Well, he rolled him over like a novice there, didn't he?
Why wouldn't you have put every single effort into, the Oshiro there?
A real opportunity lost in the Niwaza there. Another drop, Sianagi from Blue.
Shakipov is passive here for me.
Well, I think he's now looking at picking up his first Shido, and there we have it.
He was just coasting, wasn't he? Not enough time to... Well, I suppose there is.
Whoa! Hey, we just went the complete wrong direction on that. If he'd taken him straight back on the Osotogari, he would have had it. But he churned it into a little bit of a Seotoshi. Just lost total control in that attack. He's been so close. He's had a couple of near misses there. The Niwaza was one opportunity he missed out, and that Osotagari, well...
Well, there are new rules in force here, and the contest cannot end without a positive score unless there's a Hansokumake.
Yes.
So if Femgil is still in it, 14 seconds left to go, this could go into golden score. He looks the more likely of the two to come up with a positive score.
He's had some really close calls there. Again, the Osota. Oh, so close. Well, for me, for the last minute and a half, he's actually put a lot of work in there. Yes, he was under a lot of pressure, and he has had the two Shidos now hovering around on his side for quite some time. But he is really knocking on the door for a score. 3 attempts with that Osotagari, and so close, just the direction just not spotted correctly.
He's by far the busier of the two. Oh,
definitely. There's the Makukomi attempt, just didn't get that tight enough.
Oh, Kamishio Gatami, he's just fallen into that.
Well, he did that earlier on, didn't he? And he managed to escape from that, but not this time.
Let's see.
Came in with the Sianagi, and he just left himself wide open.
See, now this was clever from Ifemgil.
He just stopped when he had enough with the Wazari, and no more.
Because
if he'd got out in a continuation of the movement, he would have carried on and found himself on the receiving end of an Oscar.
10 seconds, I'm off bell.
Yeah, get me out of here.
The first score wins.
Yes.
So when it's Wazari, don't get involved in trying to hold for 20 seconds. You don't need it.
Yes.
Just get out of there.
Get me out of here quick. Well, that's exactly what he did.
I'm a celebrity. Get me out of here.
A second, no more. Well, it's the start of the tournament, and reserving every second of energy you could possibly save. And as you can see, well, there doesn't seem to be much resistance from the Sukumi. As you can see, he's looking up at the scoreboard. It's quite...
Right, coming on to mat number 2 now. Rafael Machedo of Brazil faces David Kukovica of Slovenia. It's Machedo in the white judogi, Kukovica in blue.
Well, Machedo is one of the favourites for me, young lad that's come through out of Brazil. There's silver medal in Zagreb last year. Junior world champion back in 2014. Looking very strong, great start for him. A slight height advantage over his opponent, not too much, but very strong grips from the Brazilian. As you can see, cross grip, opting for the Osotagari. Felt a little bit of pressure there in reaction from the Slovenian and made a mistake there. He started to turn towards his opponent to get out, and it could have been on the receiving end of a counter there. His opponent had reacted well enough. Both really trying to battle away to get the more dominant grip. Kukovica there has the grip, came in, just didn't capitalize on it. Very poor drop there as he turned against his opponent. Brazilian looking very strong, good stance there, doesn't seem to be too phased, and as you can see, Slovenian just trying to break up those grips. Oh, a lovely kochi-gari, beautifully executed. Morote Sianagi, nice combination of techniques there. Very strong attacks. Slovenian trying to come across there with the Osodomaka Komi. Followed by the Brazilian coming in with the Osoto on the opposite side. He tries to collect the sleeve of his opponent, but there's the kochi-gari there. And Ippon Sianagi upper body move, clipping the heels into the kochi. Stumbling his opponent down, not getting a score, but still, nevertheless, a nice and positive attack there coming from the Brazilian. Machedo once more dropping under, not as strong as the attacks that he's put in previous minutes in this contest, and now we're into the golden score. And comes in with the cross grip, the Brazilian. Steps right over, and there you have it, a lovely attack. Once more, very strong off that cross grip. Machedo looking the stronger of the two, and the attacks that he's putting in are a little bit more precise and closer to scoring than his opponent. There is an opportunity in the Niwaza, taking his time to react down there. Once more the Sianagi attempt, just losing the little angle on that, slipping over the shoulder. Kukovica really under a bit of pressure now. Tushido's One more would result in the hand. Sokumaki really needs to start coming into this golden score. Desperately trying to hit first, but really is plagued by not having an opportunity to get the two hands on his opponent. Machedo has got to be careful there, as you can see on that angle a couple of times, that he's actually holding his own lapel, which could be perceived as being very negative, and would pick up a Shido for that. Comes across there for the Tsuyotoshi. Drops down a little bit too low and didn't have the pulling action. Once more again. Well, 1 minute and 49 seconds into golden score. Athletes battling almost 6 minutes now out here. I think it could be that Swilini will pick up the third and final Shido. And here you have it. A hand Sokumaki in the win, going to Brazil. Machedo will go into the second round of the under 90 kilos.
Well, perhaps we can go down to have a quick look at what's happening down on mat number 1, because one of Loretta's picks, Jamal Petgrave of Great Britain, is on the mat now against Robert Florentino of the Dominican Republic. The state of the contest at the moment is that both fighters have picked up a Wazari apiece. We've got 40-odd seconds left to go. Petgrave has a single Shido.
Well, both these athletes are very strong
Wazari
juniors that are
Ippon.
coming. Yeah, so... Well, Florentino looking a little bit surprised there, but Petgrave also a very good junior, up-and-coming senior. The Junior World Championships pick up a 5th place. A junior GB athlete that's making his mark here in senior judo. Great potential for the GB team, the future, but Florentino's got another chance at coming back here with 19 seconds. Whoa, there was a lovely attack there from Florentino.
I must have missed something. When we joined the contest, it was a Wazari apiece. There was then that action for which she signalled Wazari, Awazeti Ippon, and they cancelled it.
Yes, that's right. But that was for Petgrave.
Yeah. But the Wazari for Florentino has disappeared.
Oh, I didn't realise there was a Wazari on the board for Florentino.
When we joined the contest, it was a Wazari apiece. 1-1.
Oh, right. Well, I never noticed.
No one's complained. No one said anything. Okay.
Well, I'm quite sure if it was meant to be there, they'll be saying something about it. But
yeah, they'd have been going. They'd have been going mental.
Maybe it was put on the wrong side. So there, Jamal Petgrave goes through to the next round. Good start from this young man for Great Britain.
Right, coming up next then, down on mat number 1, Meki Guzmir of Tunisia faces Dmitry Dovgan of Russia. It's Guzmir in the white judogi, Dovgan in blue. Stick here then.
Well, Guzmir is coming out very... He tends to be a little bit more cautious out here. He's taking his time, arm over the top, nice and precise movements, very, very strong indeed. So he took his time, Dovgan, making his mark and taking himself into the second round with a very convincing win. And he'll be up against the Dutchman a little bit later on, Vantien, who had a bye in the first round. Here we have the highlights of that. Taking his time through that left hand over the top. Sutemi was nicely rotated, controlled very well. Planting also straight into what looked to be Tati Shio Gatami. Not sure whether he would have secured it, but nevertheless he didn't need to. Koziev of Russia in the white now. Diodon from Chad in the blue. Diodon doing extremely well there, making his debut here. It's a very tough opponent, but one of the easiest first matches to have.
Yeah, we've cleared up what happened with the 1-0 and the 1, and now it went to 0.
Petgrave and Laurentino.
There was an action that took place. She gave Wazari Awazetti a punch. She then cancelled it, but they had already cancelled the Wazari before, and we hadn't seen it because we were moving to that mat.
Right.
So by the time we looked up, I wasn't just seeing things. And then by the time we looked up when she cancelled it, and the Wazari Awazetti Ippon disappeared, and we looked at the scoreboard, it had come off. So
yes.
that's a slightly complicated situation. Anyway, was that Kostoyev winning out there? What happened with Dovgan? Must have been on and off very quickly then.
He was on. Sutemi was very nicely done.
Right. Okay. So unless you're paying absolute close attention, it's easy to miss something, because
definitely, yes.
There was definitely a Wazari on that board. That's what drove us down there. That was lovely. Nice finish. Right. Okay, now Dovgan will face Noel van der End.
Yes, that's right. That'll be a very interesting match a little bit later on.
And on the mat now, Milan Randall of Slovakia faces Mohamed Hobby of Tunisia. We're going to be jumping around a bit. So we had Dovgan winning in the under 90 kilo category. And then Kostoyev on the mat almost immediately after him, winning out as well. Ashkab Kostoyev. Right, we're back up to speed now. Thought I was going mad for a minute.
Well, I wouldn't say you're not going mad, but nevertheless. Well spotted, I could say. Randall here in the white swiftly takes himself through to the second round.
Nice turn from
Lovely,
Randall there,
yes.
yeah. Right, now we're going to need our full sheet in order to get his name in, because it doesn't appear on our screen. It's so long. Jaslun Mukhamedkanov. That's what it is. Joslan Mukhamedkanov. No, Mukhamedkanov. Mukhamedkanov. It's easy when you've said it 8 times, isn't it? Mukhamedkanov. Mukhamedkanov. Maybe they'll knock him out early. Make our job a bit easier. Yeah, Mukhamedkanov in the white judogi, Kira Yoshiki of Japan in blue.
Well, Kiri, we really don't have much information about that, but based on the performances the Japanese team have produced so far this weekend, they've gave a very good account of themselves, haven't they, and been up there with the medals. Mukhamedkanov there picking up the first Shido. Chigari, lovely attempt there. Scoring a Wazari puts them in a very comfortable lead there. Well, Mukhamedkanov really now has to step it up a pace or two now to come back into this match with 2 minutes and 18 seconds remaining. Kira, Japan, as you can see the left hand on the collar, left it a little bit behind as he stepped across for that Oso Tagari. Once more, Kira with the high collar grip, stuck in under the armpit there, and now turning his opponent over. Nicely executed turnover there. Sadly didn't get the end finish that he desired. Mukhamedkanov really now looking very tired out there. He gets caught with the Koji Gari, scoring the Ippon. Wazari set Ippon now with just 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining there. That was a great start for Kira, who goes through to the second round. There you have that combination. The Kosotri attacked the leg, stepped across for what looked to be the Osoto, and Ochigari opted for, as you can see, that right hand control in the shoulder as he planted. Once more, the Kochigak driving down, and again, once more, that control on his opponent's left sleeve gave him the nice touch that required. Beautifully executed, 2 wonderful attacks that takes him through to the second round. And here we have, representing France in the white, Oliver. And he'll be up against the young man from Dominican Republic, Medina, in the blue. Medina looking very strong as he controls his opponent's sleeves. Comes underneath for the Cianagi. Loses a little bit of control on his drop. So Oliver taking a very comfortable lead with the Wazari there with 2 minutes and 48 seconds remaining. Medina once more dropping under his opponent. Doesn't seem to place his body in the correct position to get the score that he requires. Still on a chasing game here against his French opponent. A lot of energy spent on these drops. Leaves himself a little bit vulnerable there. As Oliver coming over the top with that right hand almost onto the belt, drawing his opponent down to his knees, picks up another Shido. Well, the drop there is a real threatening attack. Just doesn't seem to have the flair of finish that it requires. But nevertheless, some really good attacks has been put in, some hard work from the Dominican. Keeps himself under a lot of pressure though. He attempts to sacrifice throw there, but once more under the pressure. Never instigates anything at this moment. It's off second hand. Always reacting of his opponent's engaging move. Here you have it again. Oliver throwing the arm over the top, leaves himself vulnerable there. Medina catches the leg. And scores the Wazari there. So now he brings it back into play, this contest, with just over a minute and a half remaining in this bout. But he does have floating over his side is that the two Shidos, one more would result in the hand sokumaki, and that was a very poor drop, and he's got to be very careful. A couple more like that and the referee will decide that it's an attack of avoidance rather than an attempt to score. And once more drops under his opponent, again under pressure, and this is what we've seen from Medina most of the time throughout this contest, is that every time his opponent grips, he just fires in an attack, but really taking second best, not setting up many of those moves, and one or two have been threatening, and he's picked up a Wazari, but here you've got it, the third and final Shido for just piling the pressure on himself. So he'll be quite disappointed there because he was so close, but still so far away from coming back into this match. So a great win for Oliver of France. And he'll be up against Goncalves of Brazil a little bit later on. And there we have the highlights of that very contest. As you can see, a lot of pressure. His head was down all the time, left himself wide open. Lovely attack there with the Kouchi. And Bari of Tunisia now in the white, Para of Spain in blue. This is the first round of the plus 100 kilograms. This is Pool C. Kamil of Ukraine, number 2 seed, has a bye in the first round, so he automatically goes through to the second round, and the winner of this match will meet Camo. So you'll be watching very closely these two athletes battling it out. Badi, as you can see, coming round the back. Trying to secure the grip, and as he brings the hip through, just loses that control and also space on the mat. Para coming up with the left hand high on the collar now, controlling, both wanting the left-right sleeves to control. Uchimata, lovely attack, wonderful finish there with Uchimata that takes him quite comfortably through to the second round of the plus 100s. Well, such an agile move. Flowed into that Uchimata and elegantly put his opponent flat on his back. Oh, what a finish. It was probably one of the throws of the weekend so far. Hops in, controls nicely, power around the back of his opponent and plants him perfectly into the tatami.
Tatami 1, first round for men over 100 kg. In white for the Netherlands, Jure Spijkers. In blue for Slovenia, Eden Marinic.
And now we have representing the Netherlands, Spijkers in the white. Marinic of Slovenia in the blue. He drops Sianagi there from the Dutchman. Again, moves very well for a plus heavyweight. Because as you can see with the left hand on the lapel, controlling quite nicely, moving his opponent with that left hand on his own, coming in with the drop Sinagi. Marinic really hasn't had much of an input into this bout. Tempted to throw now the right hand over, but he's going from left to right. He's look as if he's just trying anything at this moment. Obviously prefers the high over the top collar grip the Slovenian, but not managing to get neither left or right over there, and looking a little bit untidy. Drop Sianagi again, this time with a little bit more drive. Still failing to get that Wazari that will take him in the lead with 1 minute and 59, just under the 2 minute mark, halfway into this contest. Spikers up till now has dominated this contest. Well, Marinec looking very decisive, falls on to that Sianagi once more, finds himself with 2 Shidos down. One more would be the Hansokumaki. And still 1 minute and 13 seconds remaining in this contest. Hasn't really been able to secure any grip, any sort of control in this contest. The Dutchman, every time, just pipping him to the post each time with the drop Sianagi. That strong, controlling lapel grip has been the winning ingredient for this match. This time, Slovenian trying to get the left sleeve, leaving a little bit late for the tactical ploy now. Really has to be starting to open up and being gutsy enough to try and go for the big throw. Oh, there's another drop Sianagi. Well, he's had so many attempts of the drop Sianagis, still hasn't had that finish that is required to get the score. 18 seconds left, and it's looking, there's the third and final Shido been awarded, and Spikers go through. Result of that, Hansokumaki takes him into the second round. And he'll be up against Simonescu of Romania, who had a bye in the first round. And Bashiev here in the white representing Russia. Abizi of Tunisia in the blue. The crowd supporting him all the way here in this tournament. Bashiev, as you can see, with the right hand on the lapel, controlling his opponent nicely. Just biding his time. You can see he's looking for the Morotti Sianagi. He's got as he comes both sides, left and right. Habizi still hasn't really settled in this contest, has the height advantage, but is it a height advantage when your opponent looks to have some nice Sienagis, which means that height is an advantage for the Russian to be able to come under if he can create an opening there. Kosota stumbles his opponent down into the knee. Weiser looks for the opportunities down there. Referee was very quick to react. Obviously didn't feel that there was much to offer. I think it could be looking at picking up. Well, there's the Ippon. Well, it was Arias Etiepon and Bashiev goes through to the second round of this plus 100s. And he'll be up against Nijay of Senegal. Abdeldoui of Morocco here now in the white. Majab of Iran in the blue. Well, the Iranian comes in very nicely indeed with the Sienagi scoring upon, and that was very quick. Very stylish indeed. So Majab goes through for Iran into the second round. He'll be up against El Naga of Egypt. Had a bye in the first round in Pool D. So now we come to the women's plus 78 kilo category. Souza of Brazil in the white. Maranec of Croatia in the blue. And this is the first match of Pool C. Souza got a few medals under a belt already in Cancun. Took the gold medal last year along with Zagreb. And at the Junior World Championships, a 5th place last year. Young athletes coming up through the ranks for the Brazilian team. One to be looking for in the future. The debut here, and with those results already under a belt, be setting her heights as the number 2 seed to take in a medal here today. Souza there, as you can see, looking for the opportunity in Niwaza. She has the arm there. It's now raking it out to see if she can get through the defences of the Croatian, but Well, 1 minute and 53 seconds remaining in this contest. An attempt of Sutemi Waza from the Croatian. Picks up her second Shido now, so she piles a lot of pressure on herself. One more would result in the Hensokimaki. She starts battling away now to stay in this contest. Souza controlling her opponent quite nicely now. Has the high collar there with the right hand. Left hand on the lapel. Controlling her opponent's shoulder movements, and as you can see, Croatian trying to throw that right hand over, but opts for the sleeve. Just cannot reach enough to secure strong enough grip. So just under a minute remaining in this contest, and no score as yet. But Souza looking the more dominant of the two athletes. Has been the closest of scoring within this match. A desperate attempt there from the Croatian.
Yeah, there are a few heavyweights, in particular from Europe, who've decided 78 kilos is not where I want to be. I'm going to give it a go in what I perceive to be a slightly easier weight. The tempo is not as fast, and I'm going to go up to plus 78. Maranic is one of them. She'd previously competed at under 78. Sutalo, also from Croatia.
Yes.
And now we're seeing with Valencek going up from 78 to plus 78. You know, it's quite a big jump, really. And under to the plus, because there's no limit for the plus. You know, you go from 70 to 78. You know, there's 8 kilos.
Yes, that's right. She does look. She doesn't look powerful enough at this moment for this
Undersized.
weight
Undersized.
She's got the height.
Yeah.
She's definitely got the framework to do well in this
That
weight
technique,
catch,
for
there's no doubt.
example.
But she
you
just
know.
doesn't generate the power to be able to hit these big ladies.
What she had there was the movement, but no power. And this is what Valencek was just saying. You know, just spoke to Anna Maria, and she was saying, I need to build the power.
Valencek has really just been battling away here, and it's just like hitting a wall. She's just bouncing back off. Every attempt she's made, it's been no impact at all.
She needs a little bit more movement from Souza.
Definitely.
Unless Souza's really moving and coming on to one of her techniques, it's not going to
Souza
happen.
is being very good here. She's controlled quite nicely with the grip. She's got very, very strong gumikata. She really balances herself out, and she uses her power. She doesn't have to use the speed. She doesn't have to use much of her body movement. But those arms are doing a lot of work for her and making her opponent look quite passive out there. And as you can see, look at the upper body power she's got there. She's not wasting any energy at all.
Ivana Maranic is in a bit of trouble here. Got to try and keep that leg trapped, because the top half of the body, you're not going to move that. So vital that you keep the leg trapped. Couldn't manage it, and now the top half is secure.
And that's it all over and done with, really.
You don't move the heavyweights out of that kind of position. It was slow to develop, wasn't it? The Osai Komi. But it's gone anyway, because you only needed the 10 seconds.
That's correct, yeah.
So even, once she'd escaped, she escaped into a point where the contest had already gone, unfortunately, for her. So Ivana Maranic goes out in round one. We've still got Sutalo, the other Croatian, in there. So Croatia have still got an interest in the plus 78 kilo category, but not with Maranic. A little bit of work still needs to be done there.
في الوساد رقم 1 سمكنان أكثر من 170 كيلوغرام من بطن البيضاء من تونس نهال شيخرو.
Right, who have we got coming up now? There's a bit of noise being made because we've got Nihal Cheikrohu of Tunisia. She's on the mat
Well,
now.
this is a lady that's been on the scene
Yeah.
for some time now, and she's produced some medals. When we were talking about highlights, it's someone that went under the radar for me when I was looking through the list. And there's someone who's capable. She's a contender here today, but there's the feet being taken away from her.
Julia Tolofua of France is her opponent. Look at the size of her.
Oh, she's a big girl, isn't she? Very,
Seriously,
very
she
strong.
makes Ramsey look small. He's got to be 5'10", 5'11", isn't he?
Very strong grip there as well, as you can see. She's got the lapel. She's trying to come over there with the double lapel grip. Oh, she leaves herself wide open.
Maki Komi,
Cheikrohu
Osai Komi.
there. She's not getting out of that, I can assure you.
Typical,
Oh, they got the
yeah.
leg. Well,
typical heavyweight 1-2. Maki Komi
silly,
into the
silly
Osai
lady.
Waza.
She had it all there because I couldn't see her getting out of that.
Yeah, she allowed the legs to go too far down and too close to the body of Tolofua, who then wrapped the leg up. You've got to get some separation there and make it very difficult for them to wrap that leg over, and she didn't.
Cheikrohu, that was her opportunity there. I think she's
Finish it off
lost
there.
it now. I think that now that they're back up on their feet, I think that was her opportunity to get through. I might be wrong, but just for me, Tolofua really is now going to be coming back at her. She's a big girl and she's definitely got the skills to be able to throw. We've seen it in the opening seconds of the contest.
She's going to be dangerous if she gets experienced. Tolofua, you can see it from the movement and everything, you know.
She's
Just a question of what
uh,
the throwing skills are like, as Loretta was
interesting
just
to
alluding
know.
to.
Be interesting to know how old she is.
Okay, I'll bring
It'd be
all of them
interesting
up.
to see what. It's not someone I've come across before, so. Cheikrohu there, desperate attempt.
20.
Here we pop as well.
Yeah, she could be around for a long
Oh,
time.
as a heavyweight,
If she
she's
gets
got-
this right, yeah.
Yeah, she's got a good 12 years in her.
Current, she won the Junior Europeans in 2016.
So, right, so she's got some pedigree. Oh, this will be an interesting heavyweight coming through for France, someone to watch, because she's got a lot of boxes ticked, hasn't she? Look at the size of her. Great size of an athlete. Oh, Cheikrohu! Hey! Well, that's it, all over and done with. It was Ariaseti Ippon. And I'll eat my words. Eat my words there on this one.
I want to say something about women's judo. I'm glad Loretta's sitting next to me. I want to say something about women's heavyweight judo. It is often derided as a result of stuff that we see on the mat, or stuff that we don't see, things that we would like to see and we don't. You can't tell me that that wasn't a beautifully executed technique.
It's a lovely executed
It
technique.
was slow to work. Okay, but we're dealing with a bigger
We're
body.
not expecting them to be.
Yeah, they're not going to be like 60 kilos or 48, you know. But this is beautifully done. I don't think this is the one, actually.
No, that was the coach.
Yeah, that's where she gets knocked down.
Seconds.
And that was
nice.
skillful.
That was very skillful, and that's what made me worry about for the Tunisian. When she had the hold down, I thought she'd lost an opportunity there to win it, because the skills of the French girl is very nice. The
Typical
pair had
heavyweight. Typical heavyweight score. But look where the legs are. They're far too close to her opponents there. And this is really nice. Look at this drive and the finish. Everything is good there.
Oh yeah, that was. She planted her opponent quite nicely there.
And that was in slow motion.
Yeah.
Right, Sandra Jablonskita of Lithuania is on the mat now against Inoue Akari of Japan. It's Jablonskita of Lithuania in the white judogi, Inoue in blue. Got the right name.
No, you've got a strong. I looked at that earlier on. I thought, I wonder if she's going to live up to that very famous name.
What a job that would be.
Would be nice thought though.
Yeah, there's a little bit of work for Julia Tolofua of France to
tell you,
do,
she's one
but
to
she's got
watch.
the stuff, you know.
I think she's one to watch.
Yeah,
She's a-
I think
she's
you're
a
right.
good- just young.
You know, as a coach, you would want her to walk through the door of your club, wouldn't you? Say, yeah,
Well,
you've
I
scored now.
I
Look.
remember seeing Teddy Rina for the first time at I think it was a cadet event, and the coaches at that time, no, it was a junior event, the coaches at that time, which was, oh goodness me,
On the French team, or
yeah, on the French team at the time, trying to remember which one it was. Oh, it'll come back to me.
okay.
But he came over and he said, Loretta, he says, you've got a heavyweight.
Look at this.
And I thought, oh, you
Yeah,
smug
how would you
person,
know, yeah.
smug. How do you know you've got a... He says, we've got the heavyweight. And I was sort of... I just smiled at him because at the time we had Adlington, Sarah Adlington, who's a big Amazon, very, very big athlete. For women in British judo, we
Yeah,
normally didn't
yeah.
produce them that tall. So we
Yeah.
were quite happy with Sarah Adlington at that time. And he went, no, we've got a real heavyweight. And the lad walked through and he literally ducked under the door. And I thought, you lucky, lucky.
Inoue has picked up a single shido. It's not unusual for the Japanese. They have a tendency to be operating at a slightly different pace. So just off the pace and a single shido.
I just remember it was Benoit Campal.
Oh,
Went
yeah,
on to
yeah,
being the
Benoit.
Olympic
Yeah,
coach
yeah.
in 2012 to Teddy Riner when he won his first Olympic gold medal and produced the gold shoes. Remember that? And the gold tie. Talk about being smug about knowing where you're going to be. Buying a pair of gold shoes and a tie before your athlete becomes Olympic champion is real confidence, isn't it? Well, there you have the Lithuanian just picking up the second shido. Inoue was the first to pick the shidos up. It is a battle here in this contest. Neither one of them really making their mark.
Golden score on number 2.
I don't really have much about Inoue from Japan. A lovely Makikomi there as she moves, rotates her over, an attempt to secure the Usakomi. Has done. And the Lithuanian now working closer with 3 seconds remaining for place in the second round.
No, it's our first look at Inoue Akari, and she tumbles at the first hurdle as well. Jablonskita, much more experienced than the Japanese, and we've got, I think, on our list 11 Japanese women heavyweights, and she doesn't feature in that top 11, so she's way outside of that group. Probably, as we were saying, you know, from the university
Yes.
group, a first outing for her, along with that group as being part of that group representing Japan here, and Jablonskita proving a little bit too tough a nut to crack.
Yes.
Right, on the mat now, Saha Trabelski of Tunisia. She's up against Anzela Gasparian of Russia. It's Trabelsi in the white judogi, Gasparian in blue. Another fighter, Gasparian, who looks as though
Definitely,
undersized.
she's actually got some good record here. In Tashkent Grand Prix last year, picked up a bronze medal. So she's capable of medaling at this weight category. So overstretching herself a little bit against the Tunisian. As you can see, she's coming up very close against her opponent. For me, it looks quite dangerous, really, because she, like you say, she doesn't have the size. If the Makikomi comes across, then she's in a lot of trouble, because there's a lot of weight that's generated and power through those techniques. Gasparian picking up a first Shido, now looks for an opportunity in the Niwaza. Trying to create some opening there, very little on offer. Decides to venture back up into Tachiwaza. Gasparian coming round, as you can see, high up onto the collar, overstretching herself. Zabaleski coming over the top, defending, trying to draw her weight down onto her opponent, picks up the Shido for doing that.
She just hung in there for too long, didn't she?
And that's what we're saying. We were saying that yesterday, that they can have really good kumikata, very strong, controlling, but it's only a grip. If they don't follow through with an attack, then it's a penalty, because it's just defence. Gasparian there, as you can see, overstretching herself with that right, placing,
good turn, yeah.
Stumbling there.
Well, Saikomi as well. You've got to make this pay now.
Oh, she doesn't want her to get up again.
Yeah.
Well, she looks like she's secured the hold.
Yeah.
She's got the Wazari. And Gasparian looks like she'll take herself through to the next round.
Well, I'm looking at the lineup for the two mats that we've got, and much of a muchness. There's not a great deal to choose from, so why not stick here? Because we've got the under 70 kilo category round, under 78 kilo category, sorry, round one coming up. Julie Pire of France.
That's number one.
Look at that,
First round for the women
Nikki
under
Fedorova.
78 kilos.
Nikiforova.
In white
What's
for
that?
France,
New-
Julie Pire.
I'll have to ask the Russians how to say that given name. What is that given name? Haven't seen that before. Anyway, she's on the mat now. Pire in the white judogi, Nikiforova in blue.
Well, Nikiforova is just thrown for a Ippon with the Kosota. Nicely. Oh no, she didn't. Well, I thought she had, unless they've given it to the wrong side. Yes, they have.
They put it on the wrong one. Yeah, you're right. So we are going to have to come up with that name again. Russian.
So Nikiforova goes through to the next round in the under 78.
Right. Izumi Mao of Japan is up against Safa Jalasi of Tunisia. Izumi in the white judogi, Jalasi in blue. That's the next contest here on mat one.
Lovely attack there, so quickly done as well, just caught her completely cold. Jalasi there, as you see, that throwing that left hand high onto the collar, drawing her opponent down. Jalasi bit of a stumbling there from the first attack from Izumi. Izumi opting for the right hand grip, onto the collar, nice, oh yes! Shows to the front, switches to the rear with the Kosota, straight into the Osakomi, but doesn't need it, scoring the Ippon, and a place in round 2. And she'll be up against Opateka of Slovenia in the next round. Had a bye in the first round 1. And here we have the highlights of that. Stepped across for a forward attack and then switched it head forward, and then the leg went back. Nicely executed and pinned straight into the Osakomi. Bosbayev straight in, seconds, 15 seconds, and over his opponent goes. We're really firing through these contests.
Second round for men under 90 kilo. In white judo gi, representing Japan, Adachi Kenta. In blue judo gi, representing Slovakia, Peter Żyłka.
في البساط رقم 2 ثم ذكور أكثر من 100 كيلوغرام. بالبدلة البيضاء من أوزبكستان خال موراتوف.
Well, there was no hanging around with that one, I can say.
Right, on the mat now, Adachi Kenta of Japan faces Peter Zilka of Slovakia. It's Adachi in the white judogi, Zilka in blue.
Adachi coming in for the first Sianagi attempt there. First attack between the athletes, and Zilka picking up the first Shido along the way. First 45 seconds of this contest. The takedown there from Adachi. Always first to the attack. Very busy out there and very much in control of this contest. Zilka, we see with the right hand high on the collar, controlling his opponent's right sleeve. Well, looks like both athletes should pick up a Shido, but the second one has gone to Zilka alone. So with just 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest, he's already finding himself down with 2 Shidos. And a long way to go. Adachi coming in with the Sianagi now. Zilka looking for an opportunity into the Niwaza, but referee obviously didn't feel that there was much to gain from being down there. This is round 2, the under-90s, a place up for grabs in the quarterfinal. Oh, lovely Ko-Uchigari on the side skip, scoring a Wazari. Now for Zilka, that's a wonderful position to be in, but still the danger is that he has those two shidos, so he can't really take his foot off the gas now.
And there's plenty of time
And
left on the clock as well.
And the winner of this match will come across the number 2 seed, Ozbayev from Kazakhstan. And possibly checking to see if it was a Wazari. And it's been confirmed. Is a Wazari up now with 2 shidos. A minute and a half remaining in the contest. Adachi has got a lot to do now, and is piling on the pressure. Zilka coming in for the Uchimata, left himself open on that supporting leg as Adachi tried to counter there. And there's one thing of being under pressure, but another thing being under pressure with the Japanese that are very, very skillful. And Zilka wasn't having his own way in the first opening 2 minutes, but he's got a lovely Uchimata, and over he goes again. Wazari Aseti Ippon, and that was some beautiful judo there.
He was just pushing hard, wasn't he,
Yes.
Adachi, and maybe just left himself,
yeah, left himself wide open there. But nice bit of judo. Maybe next time he won't put himself under that amount of pressure to start with. Well, he can't afford to. Bozbayev really has to be on form with that next match.
Here's a look at that again.
Uchimata drop the arm down to the Makakomi, but
Nora Zhakova could do with looking at the footwork of that Uchimata. Look at where the support leg comes from. It comes from a long way off.
Yeah. Step 1 and 2.
You know?
Catches up.
And even when it collapses with the arm, he's still got enough
Well,
to
the
bring
feet
him
are
over.
right
Yeah.
under the centre
Yeah.
of balance. And that's the mistake with some of them that make that Uchimata. Well, there's variations of the
Yeah.
Uchimata. You can swing into it, or you can hop through. The hop through is more dynamic, and you get much more height on it.
In her defence, when I was chatting with her on the opening day, she did say she was embarrassed, and he said, yeah, it's something I've been trying to work on.
Still, it's an impressive technique, the Uchimata, and when it's demonstrated well, it's very impressive. Well, Klamatier of Czech Republic, Petgrave of Great Britain.
Almost came up with the Yoko Satemi Waza there. Just that Sumigashi taking him off to more off to the side than usual.
Klemmer from the Czech Republic had a bye in the first round. Petgrave defeated Florentino of the Dominican Republic, the world junior silver medalist and current continental champion for juniors. Petgrave, as you can see, coming over there with the left hand high over on the collar. Sutemi was a nice attack there. Very positive and comfortable in this match. Clement as a Kosota, clambered right on top of him. Wonderful finish, and Petgrave really had no comeback off that one. There was no openings and no options other than to go flat on his back. And what we were saying with the rules, it was like that sort of bear hug, but he did have the first grip, and then the second grip came over the top, where there you have it on the belt, the other arm around under the arm, stepped in, Kosota, and full body weight, square on top of Petgrave. Wonderful execution. It was that belt grip that really sealed the fate of Petgrave. Did the Koichigari as well. Lovely combination of techniques. Petgrave, as you see, tried to rescue it with turning into what looked to be a Sienagi, but the damage had already been done with the grips.
On mat number 1 now, Noel van der End of the Netherlands. He faces Dimitri Dovgun of Russia. It's van der End and the white judogi, Dovgun in blue, and it didn't take long for Dovgun to pick up that penalty, just avoiding to take a grip there.
Well, I think Dovgun lasted all of about 20 seconds in his first match against the Tunisian, and hasn't really had much of a warm-up yet. He'll be up against...
Van der End will warm him up.
Definitely, I was just about to say that. He's now got a very good warm-up in front of him. Dovgun, as you can see, that right hand floating around there. He's desperately trying to get over the top. The Sutemi was once more. We saw that in the first. That's where he got his Ippon in the first round. Obviously favours the Sutemi Wazas. Wazari up now, one Shido to his name, but 2 minutes and 43 seconds remaining in this contest. Still a long way off, and still plenty of time for Van der End of the Netherlands to come through. Strong grips as he's been lured down into the ground there by the Russian. Shido picked up there the second one for Van der End. With halfway to go, not looking good for him. Lovely Koichigari stumbling down to the ground. Dovgun looking to create now something special down in the Niwaza. And we know the Russians are very clever in the Niwaza. Create some great opportunities for themselves, but this time he's opting to give it a miss. 1 minute 40 seconds. Van der End trying to stumble his... Oh, yes! Goodness me! Well, would you have said it? Fantastic. Now that looked like the Marotti Sienagi, but it looked like Dovgun had just walked straight onto it, was trying in his arrogant way to dominate him and rough him up a bit. And as he advanced onto him, Vantien was panic a little bit, turned his back to run away as such, but as you can see, dropped underneath. Whoa! Goodness. Well, that's judo for you.
Dovgan buries his face in the tatami at the end.
I'm not surprised. He should have stayed down in the niwaza and looked for something there, but he got up, trying to drive him off, came across, walked straight onto that. Hey. Oh, love it. Well, bye-bye, Dovgan. That's all he can say.
That one is done.
Hey.
Ben Fletcher of Ireland is up now against another Russian. This time it's Ashkab Kostoyev. Fletcher in the white judogi, Kostoyev in blue.
Well, that's a real shock. Lovely bit of judo, though. That's what you like to see now and again. The Russian now looking to turn his opponent over, as you can see. Ben now trying to stabilise the situation, calm things down a little bit. Ben Fletcher last year in the Hong Kong Asian Open picked up the gold medal there for Ireland. Kostoyev picking up the first Shido now. And then Uchimata again attacking for a Sutemi Waza. Then blocking it quite nicely, anticipated his opponent's next move, and he's controlling this match quite nicely, but really now has to start, as well as controlling, start engaging in the fight. Which, as you can see, has got strong sleeve grip there. Right hand steps across there for the Makekomi. Didn't get the rotation he was hoping for. Now finds himself on his face, but with Russians, you've got to be careful there, because they are very clever in the ground. And once more, with the left hand, he's controlling his opponent's right sleeve, or trying to. Feels that tactically that's what needs to be done first, and before engaging into doing his own judo. He's controlling once more, steps across into the Makekomi, scoring a Wazari. Now puts him in a lovely lead there with 1.5 minutes remaining. Now this is where he's got to be careful that he doesn't leave himself open. But Ben himself is very clever in the ground. Comes from has a very good background within Niwaza from his old club at the Pinewood. Sure if he's still a member there, but definitely a lot of youth was spent at Pinewood, where we're very known for their Niwaza and their skills in the ground. So he'll be comfortable there, and as you can see, engaging quite nicely and trying to rotate his opponent over. Just under 1 minute remaining in the contest. Fletcher now in the driving seat of this contest. Has controlled the pace of this match from the start. And coming up to the last half minute, see that changing somehow. The Koso Tagari attempt there from the Russian, drops underneath for a Sianagi. Ben was waiting for him.
Just got to be clever here not to give it away in the last few seconds.
No, that's right.
Tight on the leg. Ready for the turn. Because Kostoyev has decided there wasn't anything else to do.
Kostoyev there is a powerhouse. He is very strong. As we know, most of the Russian athletes are very powerful. But no, he's 9 seconds remaining, and I think he's got this one in the bag.
Well, he'll be disappointed, Kostoyev. He would have fancied his chances against Fletcher, but he may very well have underrated him.
I think
he's a tricky little fighter, Fletcher.
I think he's underrated, Fletcher. And maybe something like Benjamin has gone under the radar slightly with the country he fights from now.
Yeah, that could be, although the coach knows who he is.
Yes.
You'll have seen him around, and just maybe looking past this fight and thinking, let me look at the draw and see who I've got, as opposed to not worrying about the draw and just looking at the opponent in front of you.
Yes, taking one at a time.
And getting prepared for that single fight. Just deal with that one. Just thinking that may be what happened there, because he didn't seem to get going.
Well, right from the beginning, Fletcher was very clever in the way he controlled that match, right from the start.
Yeah.
And
put the score on the board. That was it.
Kostoyev, he was under pressure. He picked up the Shido right at the beginning, so that was showing you who was in the driving seat of that match. So, and he kept that going. He was a very clever tactical match, and obviously the icing on the cake was that score that gave him that lead.
Well, you live and learn, don't you? Maybe Kostoyev may have learned something today.
Savitskaya of the Ukraine in the white, Randall of Slovak in the blue. Round 2, a place in the quarterfinal where they will come to meet Ben Fletcher of Ireland in that quarterfinal.
في البساط رقم 2 سيمفينال أقل من 78 كيلوغرام بالبدلة البيضاء من المغرب شكيل فاطمة الزهراء بالبدلة الزرقاء من روسيا لافرانتيفا لوليا.
Well, there's a little bit of a battle here of control going on. Neither one of them have got the second grip that they're looking from, hovering around with the hands there, and Randall's seems to have the more traditional and comfortable grip at this moment. Bit of a head-to-head, rubbing of heads at the moment. Both looking for an opportunity and opening with the feet. With sharp movements now and again just to unsettle each other. Very evenly matched at the moment, but now both picking up a Shido. Referee obviously feels that a little bit more action is required. Again, that swaying from side to side. Slight bit of movement, unnerving each other. Randell getting more of a reaction off his opponent. The Ashiwaza was there, stumbling down into the Niwaza, now trying to follow through into the ground, turns his opponent over, now needs to secure the upper part of the body, doesn't really do that quick enough, and now back to square one. Koichigari overstretched himself a little bit there. Savitsky really needs to start stepping up. Showed a couple of opportunities that he had, but
Next
not capitalise on them.
Second round for men under 90 kg. In white judogi, representing Hungary, Christian.
Comes in with the drop Sianagi, followed by the Ashiwaza.
Turkey, Batuhan FMU.
Well, with 3 seconds to go, this will go into the golden score. Well, Randell picking up the second Shido now. One more would result in the hand Sokomaki, so he has to be very careful here. He has looked the stronger of the two athletes throughout the first 4 minutes of this contest, but as we've seen in the past, that could all just change now. Savitsky has slight advantage that he only has the one Shido. Oh, lovely combination there with the Koichi and switched from inside to outside there. Very agile for a big man. Now Randell looking to turn his opponent over. Just needs that shoulder clipped over, and there you have it, the Tatishio Katami holding. Nicely secured. And a place in the quarterfinals where he'll be up against Ben Fletcher of Ireland.
Milan Randall goes through to the quarterfinal now. It's in the under 100 kilo category, and he's going to face Ben Fletcher of Ireland. Right, we're going to go down to map number 2. We've only got the 2 maps anyway, so whenever we move, let's go to the other map. Right, it's Todd Christian of Hungary. He's up against Batuhan Efemgil of Turkey. It's Todd in the white judogi, Efemgil in blue. We joined the contest with 1.5 minutes left to go. There's no score as yet. Todd Christian, the number 1 seed. We saw Efemgil earlier on when he defeated Davletkan Shakipov of Kazakhstan That was a good contest. Femgirl picks up a penalty for passivity. He's keen to get on with it. Presses forward. The referee almost has to force him back before allowing them to get back underway. A little bit of a battle for grips, and then Toth comes in low on the left side with a Morote Seonage effort, but the Femgirl manages to get off that. 40 odd seconds, 43 seconds actually, left to go. Koshiguruma effort from the Femgirl, and again Toth managing to move around to his right and avoid getting caught up in that. Last few seconds, the Femgirl looking as though he's pretty much spent here, but he's facing a period of golden score. Toth looking to launch an Ippon Seonage right at the end there, but it doesn't come off.
Golden score on Tatami 2.
Right, so we're underway with the golden score period then. Well, Femgirl just has to have a little cut on his lip, tidied up, and then we'll be back on the mat. We'll be back underway. 2 penalties picked up by the Turkish fighter. We've got, well, we're already half a minute into golden score. Toth looks okay. Looks reasonably comfortable. just having to hang on for his opponent to come back to the mat. If you want to catch some action, then Leonardo Gonçalves is on mat number 1. He faces Cédric Oliva of France. Then after that, we'll see Yakiv Camo and Angel Paro. You might have a look at that, because it looks as though things may get interesting down on mat number 1. So perhaps after this one, we'll wander down there. Anyway, we're just waiting for Ifemgil to come back to the tatami. Here he is, and we're underway. Bandaging. It wasn't on his lip then, it must be on the chin that he's got a cut. We didn't quite see the landing there, but there was plenty of flight, but I couldn't see where the landing was. Yeah, I got a little bit overexcited there. It was a huge effort, but there was no landing. So no score. Again attacking low on that right side, but Ifemgil slips off on the wrong side.
Tatami 1, second round for men over 100 kilo. In white judogi for Ukraine, Yakiv Camo. In blue judogi for Spain, Angel Para.
Third Judo picked up by Ifemgil, and it's Todd Christian who goes through to the quarterfinal on the back of that third penalty picked up by Batuan Ifemgil.
Tatami 2, second round for
Right, we're going to go down to mat number 1.
in white
We're going
for
to take a
Brazil.
look at the plus 100 kilo category. Yakiv Camo of Ukraine faces Angel Para of Spain. We join the contest with 2.5 minutes left to go. There's no score as yet. It's Camo in the white judogi, Para in blue. picked up the second penalty, this time for passivity, with a little over a minute left to go. Well, Para's just wandered off the area there. Carmo didn't attack him. He's lucky not to get called for stepping out. Well, we're going to have a period of golden score. Both fighters penalised twice now. Any error by either one of them will result in their picking up Hansok and Machedo. It wasn't the strongest of Sumigashi efforts. Well, either Para has failed to attack sufficiently, or that was a false attack from Carmo. One way or the other, one of them is about to have an end to their day. Well, definitely not what the doctor ordered this morning. The Yakif Carmo, a poor effort from the big man from the Ukraine. He can't afford to roll over that easy. Angel Para of Spain goes through to the quarterfinal. Vladu Simunescu of Romania faces Jur Spikers of the Netherlands. Simunescu in the white judogi, Spikers in blue. Simonescu on the board with Wazari. That's the lead at the moment with a little over 2.5 minutes left to go. Komi from Simonescu. Spike is picking up a second penalty now. No, blocked that Uchimata effort there. And Simonescu blocked that fairly easily. Slightly stronger effort from Spikers, but again blocked by Simonescu. Uchigari, a good effort there from Spikers right at the end, but not enough to topple the big fella Simonescu. It's the Romanian Vladut Simonescu who's going to take this one. Right, coming up next,
Second round for men over 100 kg.
Umbanik Njai of Senegal faces Tamerlan Bashayev of Russia. It's Njai in the white judogi, Bashayev in blue. We spoke with a referee from Senegal this morning about how to pronounce his name. Umbanik Njai, she told us. I wouldn't have been able to work that one out myself. Yes. Just as well that we had her along. Good deal taller than Bashayev and Jai is. I haven't seen him before. Bashayev looking to go over on the right side with that Yoko Sutemi was it, but it was ineffective. It's going to be a busy time coming up soon as far as judo is concerned. We've got a number of competitions on the IJF Judo World Tour coming up after this Tunis Grand Prix. I think almost every weekend we're going to have live judo for you. And Jai picks up a penalty for passivity. That's what that one was for. Yeah, so Tunisia this week. Next weekend there's the European Open. We've got two, one in Odivelas in Portugal and the other in Sofia. The weekend following that is the Paris Grand Slam. We'll be back to Paris for the first Grand Slam of the year, and then the week after that there are two European Opens, one in Rome and one in Oberwart. Week following that it's the Grand Slam in Dusseldorf. The tournament in Dusseldorf, previously Grand Prix, has been upgraded to Grand Slam status. Then a week after that it'll be the European Opens in Warsaw and Prague. One for men, one for women. And then immediately after that we'll have the Grand Prix in Morocco, in Agadir. And then we've got one more to bring you, that'd be the Grand Slam in Russia. 17th to 18th of March. By the time we get up there, we in Ekaterinburg. So quite a lot of judo coming up from the 5th week of the year, beginning with the two European Opens, one in Odivelas in Portugal and the other in Sofia in Bulgaria. So every week, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We've got 11, yeah. 5 to 11. 7 weeks back-to-back judo for you. And Jai and Bashayev have both picked up penalties. We've got half a minute left to go. Good strong grip there from Jai. Can he use it? Yeah, rolled in the end. Caught up with him.
في الميزان رقم 1 سن الذكور أكثر من 100 كيلوغرام. بالبدر البيضاء من مصر النجا ميسان. بالبدر الزرقاء من إيران محجوب جبل.
On the mat now, Malsara El Naga of Egypt faces Javad Majoub of Iran. It's El Naga in the white judogi, Majoub in blue.
Tatami 2. Golden score.
El Naga picked up a second penalty there. Majoub leads by Wazari with a little under 2.5 minutes left to go.
In one judogi for Egypt, 6 times African champion, Ramadan Darwish. In blue judogi, representing Russia, Ramazan Mansurgenov.
Majoub coming up with a second score there, and Wazari Awazeti Ippon bringing that contest to an end. It's Javad Majoub who goes into the quarterfinal of the plus 100 kilo category.
في المساحة رقم 1 السنتينات أكثر من 78 كيلوغرام. أول ربع نهائي بالبطل البيضاء البرازيلي سوزا بياتريس. بالبطل الزرقاء ممثل تونس نهائي شيخرهم.
Right, down on mount number 1, the first of the quarterfinals in the plus 78 kilo category. Beatrice Souza of Brazil faces Nihal Chekruhu of Tunisia. It's Souza in the white judogi, Chekruhu in blue. And returning to the commentary position is Loretta Kusak-Doro. Just in time.
I know, I'm looking forward to this match. This will be very good.
Home
Based on
favourite.
the home favourite, but based on the performance, really rising to the occasion, isn't she? She had a great first round. Well, drops Sianagi there in the crowd. They erupt as soon as she moves. That's actually quite refreshing. It's definitely, the atmosphere is heating up a little bit here. She's obviously got to be one of their biggest hopes for a medal or even winning the title here. And she's battling her way here. She's looking on form. She's very agile, and those Sianagis and Makakomis are working a treat for her here today. But the challenge is to get past this match now against the Brazilian. Souza picked up a gold medal in the Grand Prix in Cancun last year. And she's no stranger of being amongst the medals or in finals of the Grand Prix and Grand Slams, and has got a great track record at junior level. So coming along quite nicely, this athlete from Brazil. Not less experienced than Chikrahu from Tunisia, who's been out there quite some time on the world circuits and has had some great performances along the way. And attempted a Sianagi, but didn't really get her feet moving at all, and now pays the price for that, picking up a penalty of a Shido. There she comes round the back. She's getting a little bit more closer, but then on the receiving end of what looked to be a Harai, which then was switched to the Osotogari. So the dream for Tunisia has gone right out the window. A lovely display of judo there from the Brazilian. Persevered, looked a little bit frustrated in the earlier minutes of the contest, and composed herself and just put a couple of techniques together that just combined it quite nicely to score in the Ippon. Here we have it. The leg comes across. Harai switching to the Osota. Nice change of direction. Chikrahu was waiting, hovering around as she came round the waist, tempting her opponent forward.
In white for Lithuania, Sandra Yablonskite. In blue for Russia, Angela Gasparian.
You can see the left hand round the back. She was looking for the counter, but didn't anticipate the Osotogari. Now we have Jablonski of Lithuania and Gasparian of Russia in the blue. Lithuania white and Russia in blue. This is for a place in the semi-final. And the winner of this match will go on to compete against Souza of Brazil. Well, Gasparian, as I said earlier on, in Tashkent Grand Prix last year, picked up the bronze medal. Jablonski Skita, Lithuania, defeated quite comfortably Inui for a place in the quarterfinal.
Demienko, Victor.
And the Lithuanian coach is told to stay quiet in play of contest. But Jablonski now taking the lead of Wazari halfway through this contest. And Uchimata there, whoa! What a lovely throw there. Uchimata into the Makakomi, holds on to that arm very tightly with the Osakumi. Gasparian now goes into the semi-final for Russia. Once again, performing very well and looking very much on form for a medal here today. And here's the highlights of that very technique. The Uchimata following through, had that arm nicely secured.
She will be in the semi-final for the women over 78 kg.
So, wonderful display of judo, very agile. Such a small lady in this weight category.
In white judogi for Ukraine, Anastasia Turchin. In blue judogi.
Interesting to know what the weight difference are for some of these ladies, because there's quite a few youngsters that are moving through. But there we have it.
Nice Uchimata, wasn't it?
Beautiful, very agile.
On the mat now, Anastasia Turchin of Ukraine is up against Neogiala Nikiforova. I have to ask how she pronounces that given name. I haven't seen it before.
Well, Turchin, the number 2 seed last year in Tashkent, won the gold medal. Also a gold medal she picked up in Tbilisi and also in Abu Dhabi. For me, tipped as one of the favourites of winning this tournament here today.
I think it's Neogiana Nikiforova. Definitely at the end, just Anna, and then Gianna. Yeah, Neogiana.
Neogiana, beautiful name.
Yeah, Neogiana Nikiforova.
We have a tendency to say Nikiforov because we have one for Belgium, but that A at the end changes the whole sounding of it. Oh, Nikiforova there trying the Kosota to try and stumble her opponent over. Turchin, really quite a leggy athlete. Would take a lot more to stumble the Ukraine. Just coming up halfway now. Chechen looking for the Niwaza opening, but has real control on this contest, this quarterfinal match. Winner of this will go into the semi-final. Chechen, as you can see, taking that left hand high on the lapel. Those long legs stretching across. Not really connecting there, and Nikiforova anticipated that very well. Had the final touch towards the Niwaza. Chechen, once more the left hand on the lapel. The Kosota to stumble her opponent. Steps across the Kochigari. Really stretched herself. Didn't sadly get the score. But now a Shido been awarded to Nikiforova. As we know with the rules, won't change anything. The only way an athlete can win a contest is if their opponent, on the penalties, if the opponent accumulates 3, which does result in the hand Sokimaki being awarded in a disqualification. So that's one of the new rules that have been imported in here this year. That no longer can an athlete just win on a single Shido.
Golden score on determine 1.
Uchigari there. Oh, and she just switched it around too much. And sadly for Chechen, that mistake has cost her dearly. Well, she'll be greatly disappointed with that, but here you have it, the result. She came in with the lapel. She had the one hand on, attacked the outside of the leg, trying to break the balance, but didn't do that. But the Kosota was there, and it was a 50-50 on who was going to stumble first. But Nikiforova was in a better positioning, very strong position, and the hands in place to be able to change their direction in a more positive way.
On mat number 1, a quarterfinal in the under 78 kilo category now. Klara Apoteka of Slovenia faces Izumi Maho of Japan. It's Apoteka in the white judogi, Izumi in blue. We don't know a great deal about this particular Izumi.
No. Well, we know that she's quite a lot smaller than Apoteka. Apoteka there taking the first Shido, and Izumi, Shido a piece now. The Slovenian, quite a strong and long-limbed athlete. Izumi struggling a little bit at the moment with that size to overcome those long arms that are reaching over the top, unsettling her slightly. Izumi had a wonderful first round. She defeated Jelassi of Tunisia. And this is the Slovenians' first match. Had a bye in the first round, so for Apoteka, this is her first match, so a little bit of a warm-up, but doing quite well to settle in so early into the contest. Coming up halfway, there's a very strong Kumikata, as you can see. Why she let it go, I'm not sure, because she had that high collar grip that was controlling her opponent quite nicely. As she turned, it slipped away and she lost all engagement with the attack. Once more, she gets that right hand onto the collar, draws the shoulder in, pulls on her opponent's right sleeve, uses the feet. Izumi braces over that arm, as you can see her opponent's left arm, trying to avoid the turn. A bit of a 50-50 here, as you can see, and both picking up the Shido apiece. So 2 each, 1 more, which results in a hand sokumaki for either one of them. So what the athletes are doing right now, the referee's not liking, so it's up to the more gutsier one to just change it all about. And there you have it, Opiteko coming over the top, has the reach to come over to the back. Sutemi Waza to draw her opponent into the Niwaza. The Slovenians are very clever down in the ground. And we're now into the 47 seconds of this contest. And there you have it. For doing the Sutemi, or attempt of a Sutemi Waza, the referee felt that it wasn't a strong enough or a convincing enough attack. And third penalty goes out, and the hand sokumaki is awarded to the Slovenian, who's not happy at all. And Izumi goes into the semi-final against Nikiforova of Russia.
Well, we can have a little look at that last action where Opiteko was judged to have committed that error. She'd already got 2 penalties on the board. Arm goes over the top. She needs to attack there. That wasn't the one. We got Islam Bosbayev on the mat now against Peter Zilka. So the referee thought it was okay. He thought that was a reasonable effort, but his colleagues were the ones who said, wait, we don't like that. And off she went.
Well, now we have in the under 90 kilos, representing Kazakhstan, Bosbayev in the white and Slovak in the blue, Zilka. Now Bosbayev there taking the lead in the first minute with a Wazari. Bosbayev, the number 2 seed in this weight category, 26 athletes participating in the under 90s here today. Zilka, desperate attack there, putting a lot of work in. Bosbayev just trying to control the situation. Bosbayev had a bye in the first round and defeated Anan of Tunisia very quickly in the opening seconds of the second match. So this is the first time he's been challenged here today in this competition. Zilka trying to come round the back. It's got hold of his opponents, the hips come through. Got that lift, but didn't get the finish, but definitely threatening in the Makikomi there from Bozbayev. Just under a minute and a half remaining in the contest. Zilka had a flurry of attacks there. Still has plenty of energy in him to keep going, but Bozbayev just now and again just putting the odd attack in that's moving his opponent just that little bit more. The Makikomi, the Sianagi just there. Zilka trying to throw that right hand over the top, not really connecting as well as he was hoped for. Bozbayev just controlling the situation, trying to calm down his opponent that's obviously under pressure to come back. Murati Sianagi didn't get in deep enough, but definitely broke his opponent's balance. Class it as a good attack. Zilka now showing the pressure through his judo. A little bit erratic out there, but comes in for the Uchimata. The elbow was tucked up in the air and the leg had just swung through that little bit too deep to actually get the leverage through the center with the Uchimata towards more of a Hanigoshi. So with 4 seconds remaining, Bozbayev picks up the second Shido, but one Wazari seals his place in the semi-final of the under 90 kilos.
Well, we're going to stay down on mat number 1 because coming up next will be David Clamert and Noel van der End. But as Loretta just said, Bozbayev out of the quarterfinal and into the semi-final. Now he'll face the winner of the upcoming contest, and it'll be Clamert of the Czech Republic in the white judogi and van der End of the Netherlands in blue. Faisal Jabala, the Tunisian plus 100 kilo category fighter, is out of the competition, by the way. He just lost to Sato of Japan. Sato Kazuya of Japan defeating Faisal Jabala. Right, here we are, Clamert and van der End.
Well, van der End had a very exciting last match against Dovgaran, get that word, get my teeth in place, from Russia, which was a real big upset with the Sianagi Ippon. So that's got to put him on a bit of a high right now, and bags of confidence going into this in this quarter-final match. And then looking for the Niwaza there. Well, Clamart playing a bit of a cagey match here. Controlling Dutchman's right hand, right sleeve, as you can see there in the picture. Obviously seen the previous matches where the danger is the Sienagis that we'd seen a few times and scored so well from the Dutchman. But now picks up his first Shido. He's waiting a little too long. Controlling games now become an issue for the referee. He doesn't seem to favour the hanging about and trying to pick off his opponent's attitude right now. Clamart coming over the top, trying to draw that shoulder down, shaking up that lapel, trying to ruffle up Vantien. Just to unsettle his opponent, trying to create a reaction from Vantien. Doesn't seem to be working too well at the moment. Vantien bent over position, doesn't look very positive, but we've seen this in the previous match and he picked up two Shidos for that. Trying to back out the back door because his opponent's gripping was just that little bit stronger than Noel's. Like I said, the danger is the Sienagi when he fires that in. Oh, well, he came in a little bit half-hearted there. Clamart was waiting for him, scoring a Wazari, and now puts him in the lead within the last minute.
Coach on the left-hand side was signalling Wazari. That's Clamart's coach. I'd have been signalling Ippon. It's a nice effort.
Yeah, it was very good.
I'd have been all over that one. He was very respectful. Yes, very an honest coach.
Whoa, well, here you have Vantien. Now we've seen this is very, very similar. Jean-Paul Bell there as
Up on his
the
feet.
coach. Was a national coach for Great Britain for some time. Now finds him in the chair for the Dutch. A lovely Sutemi was nicely controlled.
That's it.
And the Wazari is set
Yep,
Ippon
yep,
for that.
Yep. Down onto his side.
Well, Vantien, after his previous
Not
matches,
sharp.
the luck has run out, I think.
He's not sharp at the moment. That really is all that it's down to. I'm sure that if we look at his contest record recently, he hasn't been on the mat for a while. I'm just going to make sure of that. Right, he last fought in May of 2017. June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January. So we're looking at 8 months. He's been off the mat for 8 months. And I think that shows he's not sharp.
Who's this we're talking about? Clamart?
Noel van der End.
Noel van
You
der
know,
End.
8 months off. You know, he would not normally get caught with, like that
Yeah.
by Clamart. But, you know, you're off for 8 months.
Well, we did see in the previous match, Dovgan, I thought he was lucky in that match.
Yeah.
He was playing the same sort of game here as what he is, the same type of match, being on the receiving end, but he got that lucky Sienagi in and scored Ippon, so and it was all over and done with. But
On the mat now, Benjamin Fletcher of Ireland faces Milan Randall of Slovakia. It's Fletcher in the white judogi, Randall in blue. So Clamart will face Bozboyev, Islam Bozboyev of Kazakhstan in the second of the semi-finals.
well, Fletcher had a bye in the first round defeated the Russian Kosoyev.
That was a good win.
That was a very good win for him, and now finds him in this quarterfinal with Randall. Randall having one more match, more than Fletcher, Hobby of Tunisia. And defeated Savskia of the Ukraine. A few challenging matches, but has been looking very strong today. Fletcher, as you can see there, with the right hand into the lapel, switches it now round the back. Thought that most probably wasn't the wisest idea. Comes back into the lapel. The defence is there so he can control a little bit better. As the Makakomi, he's also got a nice Sianagi. Combination of techniques, Fletcher has, and but he's got a good control in lapel grip. He's cross-gripped it now. As you can see, he's doing a bit of a chasing game with Randall. He's backpedaling Randall slightly, and I think the referee will notice that body movement. That, well, both of them are only, it's a gripping game, so both of them are achieving the shidos apiece, but Fletcher looking the one that wants to engage more here. Randall now, as you can see, that left hand hovering around, he catches the head of Fletcher. Randall the Koichigari, we saw that previous match, which was very successful for him. Koichigari, combination of the Kosotagak. Has to draw his opponent in between the legs to work there for the Niwaza. Referee obviously sees no sign of success down there and brings them back up onto their feet. Fletcher once more, this time comes round, traps the arm round the back, looking to take that sleeve. Finding it easy enough to get that sleeve, and Randall teasing him a little bit there. "15 seconds to go, and then we'll be into the golden score, the side skip, but as we've seen before, Randall side skips and catches there with the Koichigari. It's his opening for a combination of the Koichigari Osoto. That's where Fletcher's got to be careful on that. His first opponent today. Randall managed to get that skipping action moving, and it cost his opponent the match. Well, Fletcher just seems to be on a bit of a chasing game. He's trying to desperately secure his grip. As soon as he gets some grip, then there's an attack from Randall to break it all up again, unsettling Fletcher. But oh, a nice attack there from Fletcher. That was the first opportunity Fletcher's had within this contest. He gets that lifeline again, the lapel that he favours. Slips it round the back subtly. Yeah, there's that skip again that we've seen from Randall that it favours. Oh, yes, and there it is. Well, that's the score that Fletcher was looking for that takes him into the semi-final of... Hey! Oh, no. Well, he'll be disappointed with that.
Well, the disappointment will really come from having lost the opportunity in the Osai Waza. I wonder if
That's
that was
it,
the case. I'm just
definitely.
going to go back and
He
have a
was
look
very
at that.
close there.
It's tragic if that's the case.
No Uchigari there.
He didn't have the
Did he not?
Osai Waza anyway. The
Right,
leg
no.
was wrapped.
Right, so he wouldn't have had the
yeah.
opportunity there.
Well, he could have worked on the ground, but it wasn't
there he
there. Yeah.
secured it anyway.
Yeah.
So Fletcher, but this time with the Ippon.
Yeah, well, luckily for Fletcher, he was able to come back and pick up the score.
Yeah,
A little
dropped it,
modified
yeah.
Kataguruma there.
Drop the head under the arm
Yeah.
and a bit of an arm wheel side attack.
The only thing here is if he has the hand under the leg, he wheels him over. He just tucks the shoulder in and puts him over, wheels him over the shoulder.
Well, here you have it. He's got that right hand high on the lapel. He drops, pulls down, gets a reaction where his opponent lifts up, which creates the space. The head comes through, and he's got that other hand to stop the block.
Right, Lys Bouyakoub of Algeria faces Leonardo Gonçalves of Brazil. It's Bouyakoub in the white judogi, Gonçalves in blue. Bouyakoub has already got Wazari on the board, and we've got half a minute gone. So it didn't take him long to get on the board.
Well, what they're saying... Oh, we're taking
taking that away.
They did
You've got to keep your eye on it, haven't you?
They did upgrade it to an Ippon at that moment and then took the score off completely. Goncalves of Brazil was one of the favourites for me today.
He's still in there then.
Yeah, one of the juniors I felt that could shine through today, but possibly not. Junior world silver medalist back in 2015. Kube taking the lead with that Wazari as we venture into that last half of this contest. Brazilian trying to get that sleeve, as you can see, is battling away. A bit of a head-to-head going on here. Right hand slipping around the back. Oh, lovely anticipation there from the Algerian. Turned his opponent over, planted him on his back. reacted very, very well. Well, he stepped in front, but then switched. It was the Ouchigari, but he swung that leg all the way round. And now downgrade it to a Wazari. Still, nevertheless, a very good attack. Goncalves looking in with the Ouchigari. Well, a minute and 10 seconds remaining. Can the Brazilian come back? Looking back on that very throw, myself and Sheldon, so a very good call from the referees. Definitely a Wazari from the angle that we'd seen.
Yeah, it's a tricky one when it doesn't get broken down. If you're at home, you're thinking, God, he landed flat on his back. He did.
It's the small little elements, and the element that was missing there was control.
Control. He just lost control of him at the end, and when they were going down, instead of finishing off the technique, he was actually bracing himself.
Yeah. He used the chest and the core to actually plant his opponent on his back, which is fine.
And he landed on his back. The leg
were disengaged.
But both hands were disengaged. He didn't have the control, as Loretta says. And for that reason, and only that reason, just that lack of control, they downgrade the score. They don't take away a score altogether, because, you know, Gonzalez is on his back, and he got there through the work of Buyakub. So we reward him, we give him a score. What we can't do is to give him the full score, because one of the elements was missing. Ooh.
Attempt of the arm lock there, but don't think he really has much, but put himself in an awkward situation there.
The one thing that made me think that he was okay with it was he had a casual look over at the clock. When your arm's being pulled out, you're not looking at the clock. You're going to work on the arm.
You keep an eye on your opponent. Very much so. Seen a few mistakes that way.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Well, it was on the cards right from the beginning. I don't think that ever changed. There was always the threat. The Brazilian came in now and again, showed a little bit what he was capable of doing. He's a youngster that's trying to put his mark here on a world circuit, and the Algerian put him right in his place.
He's the experienced fighter, is Buyakub.
There was a lot of maturity in his judo. The upper body control, you can see it, all arms there.
She will begin the semi-final for the women over 78 kg. Next quarterfinal, women over 70, under 78 kg, tatami 2.
Good finish
that
from
was a nice
Buyakub. There is, Loretta, talk us through it.
Well, there you have the drop Cianagi, taking it off to the side, catches that elbow, but nicely secures it. In fact, the Cianagi didn't go forward, it went just off to the side. capturing, no chance of defending off that at all. Didn't need to bump his opponent up, he just took it to the ear to the ground, and that's it. Beautifully executed, very good awareness on his body and his own opponent's body position.
And you can see what Loretta's talking about from where they finished. They were coming off towards our camera when really the position that he'd entered would have taken them away from us. He came down on the side. That was the easier one. Just bring him off on the side.
It's a quick way down, and is very effective, because an athlete that's been on the receiving end of that tends to feel that they can brace coming, if they're going forward, they can feel the technique. Most people say when Ippon Sienagi, you're going over the top. But when you've got your arm trapped, there's only the leg that can brace and block that hold. But if you're already gone and you're on your way sideways, the only thing that's hitting is your back. And a nice demonstration of that.
On the mat now, in the plus 100 kilo category, the third quarter-final, Angel Para of Spain faces Vladu Simeonescu of Romania. Para in the white judogi, Simeonescu in blue. You've got the plus 78 kilo category line up for the semi-final. I'll just run through that quickly. Marina Slutskaya of Belarus faces Anna Maria Valencek of Slovenia, and it'll be Beatrice Souza of Brazil to face Anzela Gasparian of Russia, as Simeonescu gets on the board with Wazari. He leads with 2.5 minutes left to go, but they want to have a quick look at that one as well.
Yeah, well, there you have two Shidos already as well, and 2.5 minutes remaining.
This is not going to go to the end.
No, I that could have been so close to being Ippon. It was very, very close. No, well, they've kept it to the Wazari. And 2.5 minutes remaining, but like Sheldon says, I can't see that either going this much further. Simeonescu trying to come round the back. He's got under the arm there with the grip on the sleeve towards the armpit. Steps and throws the arm across for the Makikomi.
Oh, he's touched all over the leg there.
He touched the leg.
Simeonescu.
Yes, he touched the leg.
But they won't stop it for the Shido.
No, there's no point. It's in progress of seeing something happening, and he was in the driving seat.
Sorry, Para was the one who was touching all over the leg of Simeonescu. My mistake. So they won't stop that to penalise Para.
Especially when Simeonescu is in half.
Because he scored, so they allow that one.
He was
in
flow of attacking and getting the score. As you can see it there, the Kosota, he comes round the back. Lovely attack there. Oh, yeah, you can see it was a Wazari.
Just about.
Very,
nice
very
position.
Close. Yes.
From Ramsey was in the right position there, wasn't he?
But here we have Kosota. The arms switched. Oh. Nicely executed.
It's a good look. He's looking right there, isn't he?
Yes, and here we have it. The Oso Tagari. But then the touch. Touch again. And the hop round, because he was still in full flight. It was still very positive. Simeonescu, why stop it to give a penalty? Let's get it for the throw.
Tamerlan Bashayev of Russia faces Javad Majoub of Iran. It's Bashayev in the white judogi, Majoub in blue.
Bashayev, as you can see, right hand just there on the rib cage, on the side. Oh, Mujab there comes through with the hips, levelled his opponent. And swiftly takes himself through into the semi-final of the plus 100s.
He will be in the semi-final for men over 100 kg.
It just gets better when you see it each time.
For the women over 78 kg.
Bashayev said he doesn't agree with you.
Well, tough.
He said it gets worse every time he sees it. Oh, it's huge,
Isn't
wasn't it?
That was a big, big throw. Oh, it just gets nicer, doesn't it?
Powers him over.
Oh, Makakomi there. And to the delight, Chekru throws her opponent over for the Ippon, and that takes her into the bronze medal final.
Well, there's at least something to cheer about for the home crowd. We'll have another look at that whilst we're preparing for the semi-final in the plus 78 kilo category. Ouch on the thigh there.
Looked a little bit sore there.
Stretched, yeah, just a little bit stretched. If she's very supple, then it won't have mattered, but you get a little bit tight there, and at that point, that's the full extension with the foot underneath, but let's hope that she's okay. Right, who have we got here then? Beatrice Souza of Brazil faces Anzela Gasparian of Russia. It's Souza in the white judogi, Gasparian in blue. Well, it's not like the Russians not to pitch up. They normally say where the fighter is, so perhaps she's injured or...
Well, she's been on form. That's what's surprising about this. Gasparian in her last match was on form. Didn't look to be picking up any injury there.
I can tell you, since we've started the Judo World Tour, the number of occasions when a fighter has failed to turn up to the mat and we don't know what's going on, you can count on one hand, and that's in years. The operation of the fighters coming to and from the tatami has been so smooth that this is an incredibly rare event.
This will be devastating.
Well, she's just turned up now.
Has she?
Yeah, she's just pitched up, come running to the tatami. But it's so unusual.
That is. That would have been an absolute disaster, that would, because Gasparian...
She's looked good.
She's been brilliant.
Yeah.
She's on form.
Most unusual. Right, they'd already started the clock, but I don't think we do that any longer. You know, the clock running. You get 30 seconds and that's the end of it. Okay, we're on the way.
We're on the way now, so Brazil in the white, Gasparian of Russia in blue. So the number 2 seed. Sazude with the Uchimata. Well, not one of the best starts. What's happening at this moment?
Well, it's possible that they're going to give the Russian hand Sokumake. Possible.
For...
She wasn't there when she was supposed to be. I think Sousa's happy to have a fight. Gasparian's happy to have a fight. The two coaches want to have a fight. The people in the audience want to have a fight. But there are rules, and if the rules are infringed, then we have to follow them. I'd like to see a fight myself.
Definitely. So would I. And I'm quite sure the athletes would just want to fight.
They're ready to go. They've already had 15 seconds of it. Their minds are set on, this is the semi-final. Let's go for it.
The one thing that's so difficult is the athletes not knowing what's going on. But was the throw Ippon?
No.
Because the scoreboard said Ippon.
Right, Anastasia Turchin is on mat 1 against Klara Apoteka of Slovenia. It's Turchin in the white judogi, Apoteka in blue. However, we're going to go down to mat number 2 because Tot Christian is in the quarterfinal. He's up against Rafael Machedo of Brazil. It's Tot in the white judogi, Machedo in blue. And I'm just going to explain what happened with regard to the plus 78 kilo category semi-final between Beatriz Sousa of Brazil and Anzela Gasparian of Russia. What happened there was the athlete didn't come to the tatami in time.
Yes.
Now we can overlook that because she did arrive and everybody agreed, okay, we'll have a fight, and they got underway. However, in her rush to come to the tatami to get underway, she failed to go through the
right
judogi
procedures.
control. Now, you can't come to the tatami unless you go to judogi control. So, having failed to go to judogi control, stepped onto the tatami and the referee said, Hajime, you couldn't go back. She'd failed to go to judogi control.
Yeah. So she failed to follow process.
Right. Now, but the process was beginning the contest. Beginning that contest without going to judogi control is hansokumake. You have to go through judogi control. Had she turned up and waited at the judogi control, they could have decided there whether they let her go through, and then once that was done, she could have come to the mat and the contest would have taken place.
Yes.
But she rushed past judogi control, came to the mat, the referee, they're not in control of the judogi control. They just have the players come there. Once the player presents herself and says, I'm here, then we say Hajime, on the understanding that you've passed judogi control.
Yeah.
It's in the hands of the player and the coach to ensure that when their players come to the tatami, they've passed judogi control. But because she was late, she ran past the judogi control, and they're not rugby players who tackle them. They were coming after her. It was too late.
Yeah.
They'd already got underway.
So they didn't follow the procedures to take them on to the tatami, and that's
right. But it isn't quite as straightforward as I was thinking, where they gave her hansokumake because she didn't turn up on time. No,
it's the procedure she didn't follow.
Yeah,
the correct
she didn't
procedure.
turn up on time, but we let that one pass. You know, you made it to the mat, okay, but we only let you on the mat because we expect that you've passed judogi control. Yes. She didn't do that.
She's gone through the certain checks to get there.
Yeah, exactly.
And
she hadn't done
didn't
those.
go through the...
So that
an
is
absolute shame. That is
Yeah,
a real
absolutely.
absolute shame. It is, because she did so well in her first rounds, and she was definitely a contender for a medal here today. But a very
unfortunately,
valuable lesson to learn in a very hard way.
absolutely, and it's a lesson for two groups of people there. One, the player herself. Yes, you trust in your coaches to tell you what's going on, but you've got to have an idea when you've got the semi-final coming up that it won't be that long before it gets turned round from quarterfinal stage to semi-final stage. There are only a maximum number of 3 fights in your weight category if yours is the first, and because we've separated 2 mats, there's only one other quarterfinal to go before it could come round to you on your tatami again. So the player takes 10% of that fault. I'd put 80% down to the coach. You've got to look at that board and know, because you're responsible for getting your player to the mount, not just the player. Coach has got to know this is where my players have got to be. And then 10% hours for not identifying that lineup. You know, when you've got 4 fights ahead and you see that you've only got 2 fights of players lined up, you want to know where the 3rd and the 4th fight is. You want to begin to start looking at that. But it's not our responsibility to go looking for the players. They're supposed to be coming up there. Sorry I've spoken right over the Tot Christian contest, but it was, you know, quite a thing to have somebody going out at the semi-final stage without having to compete. And I hope that the explanation at home clears that up for you. Tot Christian, anyway, has Wazari on the board, but only for a short time. Right, they're trying to give Hyun Suk-hee some information. Right, they gave Wazari, maybe they gave Ippon.
They gave Ippon.
However, they had to take that away and say, no, it came via a direct bear hug.
Right.
So that was
that's a penalty.
how that happened. Then he got penalised.
There's 2 penalties apiece. And now we continue with the golden score, where there's 2 shidos apiece, and that's one more would result in the hand sokumaki. Spins under his opponent there. Yeah. So both hands went in at the same time.
Without a grip.
So no grip, just your typical bear hug.
Machedo picked up a 3rd penalty anyway, sorry.
Picked up the 3rd, yeah, and that's.
And there it was. He didn't have a grip there.
So I didn't mess up my sheets by putting it on the. Now we have Fraser Chamberlain of Great Britain in the white.
Yeah.
Benabdi of Algeria in the blue.
Useful fighter, Abderrahman Ben Amadi of Algeria. Going to be a real handful for Fraser Chamberlain. Anyway, we'll see how it goes.
Oh, Ben Amadi, looking a very strong lad, but Fraser Chamberlain has had a great day today. Defeating Sunusi of Tunisia. Also Yandriev of the Uzbek. Chamberlain advancing onto him here, putting the pressure on the Kosota. Causing a few problems there for the Algerian. And Amadi taking the second Shido.
With 2:22 left to go, you
A
know.
long way now.
When they remove that one, he's
Removed
just...
it. And then pass one on to Chamberlain.
Wondering about that Hansoku Make. Is she out of the competition now?
Yes.
You know, on the brink of the final, and now nothing. Because if she was in the semi-final, which she was, she would have gone down into the bronze medal contest. But if it's a direct Hansoku Make,
Yes,
out the competition. It's not an accumulative Hansoku Make.
that's right.
Direct Hansoku Make out of the
top.
competition.
Yeah.
So no chance to go down into the bronze medal contest, and no placing.
Absolute shame because she was
Yeah.
competing so
Yeah.
well. Well, you have these two battling away with a minute remaining in the contest. Both picked up a Shido apiece.
Turchin and Apotheker are still on mat one. They're still battling away. We moved over there a couple of contests ago. They are now 3.5 minutes into golden score.
Oh, that's a long time out there. Fraser Chamberlain at Pan American Open, Buenos Aires, 2015, picked up the gold medal, and a European Open medal in Glasgow, along with, seems to favour South American events. Does extremely well over there, and also Tagari attempt from the Algerian, but he really didn't have the confidence to follow through with that one. It was just there in the taking. Chamberlain with the strong arms, swinging around with the Uchimata attempt there for Chamberlain. Kosota attempt from the Algerian.
We're going to have a little bit more of this then. We got plenty more of Turchin and Apotheker on mat one. It's over 4 minutes of golden score. They've had their second contest now. They're into their third contest. Had one, that was 4 minutes. They've had 4 minutes of golden score. They're 4 minutes plus, so a third contest for them, effectively.
Well, they're obviously fit enough to keep going. Well, here we have the golden score for this under 90s. We were doing so well with the very short matches that we were up against. Some of them lasting only over 15 seconds. I think our time scales now come back into play.
Yes, it's been pulled back somewhat, but
Yeah, back onto the correct.
Gasparian helped us out. 'Cause,
Yes.
she didn't take part at all.
But there was a lot of to-ing and fro-ing
Yeah,
for that one.
that was a bit
so
unfair of me, sorry.
it's,
Shouldn't make light of...
it's
a
a shame.
bit of a
It's
tragedy
a real
for her.
shame, yeah. But a tragedy, but no, it's been a learning curve.
Yeah.
The thing is, yeah, she'll be disappointed, but as long as she learns by that, and there'll be a lot of other people learning what not to do.
Russia as well, unusually disorganised.
Well, that is very unusual, isn't it?
You know, you got big support staff. Just took their eye off the ball as they got towards that you know, the final part of the day, their third day, semi-final, you know, but you can't afford to think that everything is just going to roll along.
Well, lovely Kochigari there from Chamberlain. Stumbled his opponent, now looks for the Niwaza. Opts not to mess around down there, and there's the... Well, I'm not quite sure what that was about. Chamberlain picking up a Shido, but they've taken it off again. He did the Kochigari there. It was a very strong attack indeed, and that would result for a Shido in my books from Benamadi. And yes, he gets that for that drop, and rightly so. There was no break of balance. He just dropped under his opponent, didn't even rotate. I'm just trying to desperately get a hand on at the moment. He hasn't really secured a grip. Benamadi, Sutemi was her attempt there. Comes through with the Sianagi there, dropping under his opponent. Benamadi now looking for the roll. Chamberlain holding on very well there, controlling the situation quite nicely. So 6 minutes these men have been battling away here. So even if it's a Shido apiece for both these, which I doubt very much, it thinks that the last Shido will be awarded to the Algerian Anahan Sokamaki. And Fraser Chamberlain will go through to the semi-finals of the under 90 kilos. And there you have it. Playing too dangerous on the edge. Fraser Chamberlain goes through, and sadly for the Algerian, a little bit dismayed about it all, but he was walking a very dangerous line there throughout that last minute into the golden score. And Chamberlain will be up against Tut of Hungary a little bit later on in that semi-final. Malsigwinov in the white now, representing Russia. And Demyanenko of Kazakhstan. Demyanenko is shuffling back a little bit, trying to avoid his opponent's engagement. He tries to throw the arm. Both will pick up a Shido apiece, though. Well, decided they're only going to give it to the Russian. Well, Demyanenko I felt deserving there as he was backpedaling and defences were up, but obviously felt that more negative judo was coming from the Russian. Malzengunov there, trailing with that first Shido. As he now tries to come round the back, you can see that arm creeping on the belt line, trying to get the hips engaged. Attempt of an Uchimata there, and we're into the last minute, but the Kazakhstan capitalising in the Niwaza looks to be on there, but just slips out. A very, very lucky man. Kazakhstan making a silly error there, leaving himself wide open. And the Shido now so the Russian left himself wide open. Malzengunov there with the right hand on the lapel. Dismissed by Demirenko. Now comes over the top, drawing his Russian opponent's head down. Sutemi was her attempt, drawing his opponent down into the ground. I'm not sure was convinced on that attack, but to break the balance. Now we're into the golden score. No, only with 2 Shidos apiece. No one attempting to get even closer to scoring as yet. It's been a real battle of the Kumikata. Makakomi attempt there from the Russian. As it cross grips, comes around the back. Flurry of attack and action here from the Russian. Really trying to unsettle the Kazakhstan. As the Uchimata, yes! Well, it didn't matter whether it was Ippon or not. It's golden score, and it's a score, and it's a place in the final. And there you have it, the Uchimata. Whoa! One of the best attacks throughout this contest. Didn't waste any time in the golden score. Malzengunov there goes through for a place in the final, the semi-final. Now we have the next quarter. Kumic of Croatia. In the white and representing Switzerland in blue, Imala. Oh, great start for the Croatian, but Imala now working away in the Niwaza, looking for an opportunity to there. Tries to get that wrap around the waist to rotate his opponent over. Once again, Imala looking for a way of turning his opponent over and trying to reap the benefits of being in the Niwaza. Very busy there, and Muric coming in with the Ouchigari, stumbling his opponent down on the edge of the tatami. Now, first Shido been awarded in this contest halfway through the match, and that goes to Imala. You can see there Imala trying to tie up those arms. Croatian coming in for what looked to be Osoda Makukomi, but very, very slow to react, leaving himself wide open for that counter, and will be desperately disappointed with himself on that maneuver. Well, he'll be up against, there. Oh, Kondor Ozari, Malanov. Malov now with 1 minute and 12 seconds to hang on here. Kumric with the high left hand on the collar. Trying to battle his way through, piling on the pressure, stepping it up into another pace. Trying to pressurize his opponent. Imala just again once more steps across, hopping around for that Oso Tagari, now followed through into the Niwaza, and this is where the clock can be eaten up quite considerably by staying very active, and Imala is comfortable in the Niwaza and very competent in what he does there. With 18 seconds remaining, still the lead of Awazari. on the side of the Switzerland athlete, the Swiss athlete there that now is starting to close up shop. You see that left hand on the collar, elbow bent, drawing his opponent's head down and controlling nicely. Oh, goodness me. Well, that's the Osa. Needs to hold it. It stayed on, but he... Well... Oh, cannot believe that. Now, Imala had it all there. It was in the bag for him. Made a mistake, but Kumaric he had Osakomi. He kept it going, heard the bell because the Osakomi was called on the last second as the time was up, but she had called it. She'd actually called the Osakomi. And what did he do? He heard the bell and he let him up and he loosened the Osakomi, which meant that he eventually got out within the Wazari. But they've just said, no, he didn't hold him even long enough for a Wazari. So that means Imala goes through. But the Osakomi was called before the time. Just didn't hold him long enough because it was broken. As soon as he heard the bell, he just let it go. And that should have been the Tokita. So here. Now,
just going to introduce the, may have been broken on 9, and the clock just ticked round.
yeah.
Could have been. Lascau's working it out with the Croatian coach Tomislav Marjanovic. Right, Sato Katsua of Japan faces Ruslan Shakbazov of Russia. It's Sato in the white judogi, Shakbazov in white, in blue. And whenever a coach comes over, has one look at something that they show and walks away, then I realise
It was okay.
Yeah, it was okay.
It was just...
And I think what he's showing them is the freeze frame where it's Tokita a 9 in the corner.
He didn't hold him
Yeah.
long enough.
Yeah.
Oh, and do you know what? He had it secured. But he got a little bit confused right at the beginning and loosened the Osakomi.
And the other thing is, there's that thing that Loretta was talking about, as when was the Osaikomi called? Does the Osaikomi get called in time?
Yes, it did.
5,
Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1. Osaikomi, she
Right
calls
on
it
it.
on time, and that's
On it.
allowed.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Just on
Absolutely
it. Just before.
in time. And then when does the Tokita get called? So 8, 9,
It's
Tokita.
out. Yeah.
But he's out, and she's calling it because you get called Tokita after the rollout was rolled out at 9, so the hold
Yes.
was broken at 9. She calls it at 10. The clock has rolled round to give 1, but in effect he was out before the time. So
Yes. Split seconds.
I tell you what, this weekend we have had some close calls, haven't we?
There's been some really sort of challenging
Really,
matches.
you know,
But
just
it's been
to-
interesting. It's been very interesting.
And having to come back to explain them to the viewers at home, it's not been easy.
But what's quite good is that these rules that are in and the slight changes of the rules have been beneficial.
Yeah, and they're just showing it on there as well. Okay, thanks for the thanks for letting us have a look at that. And for you at home who were either out of your chairs or screaming or shouting, one way or the other,
I
you know, for or
But you know what?
against.
The right person won it. Imala was there. He made a mistake, and it nearly cost him the match. But it all ended up right at the end.
Turned out nice again.
Yeah. The
Chamberlain
umbrella away.
over Ben Ahmadi as well. He's
Yes.
going great guns, isn't he?
Chamberlain did really
He's
well.
up against Tot Christian in the
That's gonna be
first
a challenging one,
semi-final.
but, good match to watch.
This for a place in the semi-final. They've both been penalised. Sato just the once, Shakbazov twice. Now,
Sato
ooh,
defeated the #1 seed and gets himself a place in the semi-final. Doing well, this lad.
Sato Kazuya throwing Shakbazov for Ippon there, and we've had good replays all day, all weekend actually, so no doubt we'll get one again. Here it is. Nice hands from Sato. Right, who have we got coming up next? Alexander Gordienko, Ukraine, is on mat number 2 at the moment. And his Uzbek opponent is Ikytior Kalmuratov. It's Gordienko in the white judogi, Kalmuratov in blue.
There you have Kalmuratov rotating his opponent over, looking to secure the shimiwaza. Not quite sure from this angle whether it's on the chin or not. It looks comfortable enough to me. I think if it was around his neck, we'd be seeing some different body language. +24 athletes in the +100s. Quite a large turnout for the +100s. Kalmuratov there attempting the Osoto into the Makakomi. Gordienko blocking it quite nicely. Shitemi was the Tomanagi, moved his opponent. Well, the Uzbek has put in already quite a few nice techniques there. Gordienko really now has to start coming back. Ouchigari hopping through, trying to rotate it from the rear to the forward attack with Uchimata. Koichigari, oh yes, there's a score. Well, Kamaratov there taking the lead quite comfortably with 2 minutes remaining in the contest. Godorenko with one Shido on the board. Really needs to now start firing himself up into this contest to try and come back. There's a semi-final place up for grabs. Kamaratov dominating right from the beginning this bout. Once more, Sutemi was her attempt. Koichigari once more stumbling his opponent back. Well, Kamaratov doing all the work up until now, and we could be looking at another penalty for Godirenko. It's that one slide, and another Sutemi Waza. Toshi into the Nakakoma big. Well, Kamaratov really has got to be careful that he doesn't burn himself out. He's put a lot of work in there, and so it's paid up with 2 Shidos on the board for Godorenko, but there you have it, the Uchimata. He just burnt himself out, attack after attack after attack. And Godorenko is not getting out of that Osakome. He had to be told to get up, but who would blame him? Wait until you know that it's an Ippon and you then can finish the tournament.
Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that they've got little choice in that, because we've got instant replay and the video replay. There are going to be times when calls are changed.
Yes.
The call on the mat is going to be overturned or reversed, whatever the case is. And as a result of that, you've got to be careful if you throw and then go into Osakome that you react to the first score that you hear. And when the referee says Ippon, your natural reaction is to say, okay, I'm out of here. Well done.
Yes, that's it.
If, however, they decide, no, it's Wazari and you're on your way, you've gotten up, then you're at a disadvantage, aren't you?
Exactly.
So I'm not surprised that they are hanging around, waiting for confirmation.
Well, now we have the plus 78 kilo repper charge. And representing Ukraine in the white, Tarasova.
So Talo picked up a Wazari for that effort in this left corner, bringing Tarasova down onto her side. A low right-sided effort. She picked up Wazari. Ochigari now from the Croatian. She attacks the Ukraine. We got a semi-final down on mat number 1. We're going to go down there because Ben Fletcher of Ireland is up against Lias Bouyakoub of Algeria. It'll be Fletcher in the white judogi, Bouyakoub in blue. Let's go down to mat number 1. Thanks for that. Enjoying the contest with only a few seconds gone. You haven't missed anything. If you want to watch Galina Tarasova of Ukraine and Ivana Sutalo of Croatia, just click on mat 2 and you'll get that.
Right, there you have Ben Fletcher once more looking for that right hand on. Opts for two ways of gripping. He enjoys the sort of lapel grip and then comes round the back, sort of referring from one to the other, from the front to the side, nicely controlling his opponent. You see at the moment he's opting for that lapel grip. And once again, this sort of sequence of gripping styles changing from one to the other. Again, depending on how his opponent's moving. Comes in with the hooks for the Uchimata. One more win would guarantee him a medal. This is one of those crucial rounds that if you win, you've guaranteed a medal and a place on the podium. If you lose, you've still got a battle away for that bronze medal.
He picked up a bit of a cut or something.
Nosebleed. Well, looking from this angle, it looks like it is just a nosebleed, and they're just trying to stop the bleeding. Hack in the nose. It's always a difficult situation for the athlete that remains on the mat. Trying to stay focused and composing himself.
Whilst we're waiting for that, I'll just tell you about some upcoming fights. Todd Christian of Hungary will face Fraser Chamberlain of Great Britain in the second of the semi-finals. We've already had the first semi-final. That was Islam Bozbayev of Kazakhstan. He faced David Klamert of the Czech Republic. It was Bozbayev who went through. So he's in the final, awaiting the winner of Todd Christian and Fraser Chamberlain. That's in the under 90 kilo category. In the under 100 kilo category, it's the Russian there, Ramzan Malsuginov, to face Otto Imala of Switzerland. He's going great guns. That's in the other semi-final in the under 100 kilo category. This semi-final that we're watching, Ben Fletcher, who's about to come back to the mat. He's up against Lys Bouyakoub of Algeria.
Well, that's a real well, maybe it was a cut. So I've never seen a nose being blocked that way for a nosebleed, so. The Algerian, as you can see, is coming round the back there. Ben Fletcher trying to get past the legs. Ben Fletcher with the right hand, just now slipping round the back. Hips come through. 1 minute and 24 seconds remaining. Nigerian with 2 shidos already on the board. One more would result in the hand sokomaki. Ben's grip just creeping round the back, getting those hips closer. Fletcher sticks in with the Uchimata and scores Ippon and a place in the final. Fletcher really on form today and secures a place and a medal on that podium. And here you have that highlight of that throw. He steps in across the Uchimata, hops through. He's got great control on that sleeve, and that's the winning ingredient for the finish of that technique. Wonderfully executed and beautifully finished. There you have it. Fletcher of Ireland goes through to the final of the men's -100.
We're going to go down to map number 2 because there's a semi-final taking place there between Marina Slutskaya of Belarus. She's up against Anna Maria Valencic of Slovenia. It's Slutskaya in the white judogi, Valencic in blue. See how this one pans out, shall we?
Well, Slutskaya rotating her opponent over, trying to secure the hold down. Well, Valencic, as you can see, with that right hand on the lapel, very strong upright, but walks over onto Marotti Sianagi, and Slutskaya, well, that just says it all really, the action there, but Valencic just walked onto it. What an error she made there.
Well, we were talking this morning about the learning process. Well, there it is in operation. She can still make the podium, Valencic, but it won't be first or second spot. She gets caught here with a really low Marotti Senag, and she goes right on her back as well. There's no rolling there, oddly enough.
No.
Normally there's
She
a roll
walked
from that
straight
position.
onto it. She stepped over that.
And then came
There she goes.
down.
She went to step, lost, didn't even connect with the mat with the step,
Yeah.
and walked straight into that.
Right, who have we got coming up next? We've got 2 repechage contests, so we'll stick here, why not? Fatima Shakir of Morocco faces Chloe Dolin of France. It's Shakir in the white judogi, Dolin in blue, and over goes Dolin, maybe Dolin.
Shakir from Morocco in the lead now with a Wazari. The opening 30 seconds of this contest. Colin looking for an opportunity there, trying to hang on to that arm, but Shakir picking up the first Shido for touching the leg, along with Wazari on the board. Shakir there with the drop. Sianagi looked very poor indeed. She's got to be careful putting a few like that in. She's in a good position at the moment. Doesn't really need to put any false attacks in. Well, just under halfway now, and Shakir in the lead.
I hadn't noticed that we've started with the second penalty to Shakir for that for the leg grab, but we've started with the semi-final down on mat number 1, Vladut Simunescu of Romania and Javad Majoub of Iran. So we're going to have to go down to mat number 1, I'm afraid. If you want to see Shakir and Dolin, just click on 2. But the semi-final takes precedence over the repechage contest. So let's wander down to mat number 1. You haven't missed a great deal because half the contest has gone, but there's no score yet. There's a single Shido against Simunescu, who's in the white judogi, Majoub in blue.
Simunescu, quite a big lad here, as you see, with strong left hand. Tries to catapult his opponent over the top through Sutemia was her attempt. What a difference in size between these two athletes. Lovely Ouchigari there for the Iranian. The Iranian drawing his head down, trying to get a reaction out of the Romanian. Drops Sianagi there. Well, the Iranian trying to pile on a lot of pressure. Simunescu picks up the second Shido with just 20 seconds remaining. Oh, so close with the Ouchigari. Caught him real cold there on that attack. Just didn't have the power generated through it, or even the body weight, I don't think. Well, we're now into golden score. Simunescu looking a little bit tired now. Been under a bit of pressure right from the beginning. Knows he has 2 Shidos, one more would result in the hand Sokyumaki. An attempt of a Sianagi there from the Iranian. Sutemi was a attempt there, but didn't get the rotation.
After this contest, we'll be on mat 2 throughout, for the rest of the morning. Well, rest of the first part of the day here. Half a minute of golden score gone already. Simeonescu with the 2 penalties against him. Machedo is the one who is slightly, he's in the more comfortable position, isn't he?
Machedo is doing all the work at the moment now since the last 2 minutes of the match in this minute of the golden score. One more is going to be the hand sokomaki for both of them, I think. Oh, hand sokomaki, but a shido for both.
Yeah. See, Machedo was comfortable there. He could afford to, make things uncomfortable for Simeonescu and pick up a penalty, safe in the knowledge that he wasn't going to get done. Right, let's go down to mat number 2 because that's where all the judo is going to be taking place. It's the semi-final in the under 78 kilo category. The number 1 seed, Karen Stevenson of the Netherlands, faces Sarah Mzugui of Tunisia. Stevenson in the white judogi, Mzugui in blue. Mzugui has picked up a single shido. We've got 2.5 minutes left to go and there's no scorers yet.
Stevenson, number 1 seed coming into this competition. Bronze medal in the Masters last year, Judo Grand-Prix silver, and last year's European Championships picked up a 5th place. Stevenson controlling quite nicely, as you can see. Right hand on the lapel, driving towards him. But Tunisian looking to pick her off on the counter there, but Stevenson was prepared herself for that.
Just want to take a look at this and see what happened.
Yeah, it just looks a bit of a turn on it. And Ippon didn't turn her enough. She actually accelerated the fall as she tried to counter. And here she set it up, came in with the ouchi, came out again, and the ko-uchigari was there waiting. So
we'll have a look on the replay.
Into the final.
Right, coming up next, the repechage contest in the under 90 kilo category. Rafael Machedo of Brazil faces Abderrahman Benamadi of Algeria. It's Machedo in the white judogi, Benamadi in blue. Shido picked up by Machedo, 3:20 odd left to go. Just trying to free his hands up. Ben Ahmad, he got tied up there a little bit. I was thinking about going over on the left-hand side, but he lost contact with the hands and then he collapsed to the tatami.
Machedo, oh yes, with the Osota. Beautifully executed. The elbow come right in as well. It wouldn't surprise me if that just got upgraded to Ippon.
Here's the landing on the big screen.
Oh, there we are. Very close, huh?
It was
Was it
very
on?
close.
Very, very close.
One.
Good call.
She's on the other side, doesn't actually see it. She gives Wazari, and there's one reason why it's not Ippon. He's not flat on his back. He
Yeah.
gets absolutely thumped, no doubt about it. Gets caught completely, comes down heavily, but there's still the view of the back number. Just a bit that's left. Not that much
A good
that you
call,
would
though,
say
for the referee. Very
yeah,
good call.
not that much of the back number that you'd say, oh, it was definitely a Wazari. No, it's much more like it was almost Ippon.
Yeah, but it looked...
Now, if she'd given Ippon and they said it wasn't, we'd have been saying, it was pretty close though.
It
Really was. It was one way or the other. But for me, there wasn't enough to overturn that decision and say, oh, that's no way.
That's true.
That's definitely Ippon.
Mm.
No, there was just a little bit in there. There was just enough to say, yeah, okay, we'll leave that as Wazari. Good throw, though.
Well, very, very good throw. And it puts him in a good position here with 43 seconds remaining in the contest. And closer to that bronze medal final. Brazilian trying to secure the grips and control. And a lovely Cianagi there. Well, we saw that in his first contest of the day. And there we have it again. Beautiful attack. And that's a real danger for any of the athletes up against this man, is those Marotti Cianagis, beautifully executed.
Rafael Machedo gets into the bronze medal contest. There's that. There it is again. He just manages to stay off his back, stay off, going flat on his back.
There he comes, like for the Osota. Then he brings the elbow like for a Siotoshi. Just turns the head slightly to get a bit of a spin on that.
And it's the landing that they judge it on. He lands almost on his back. This is a rolling one for the Wazari, and that's okay. That finishes it off.
Very nicely done. Well, there's no arguments with that. Who won that match?
No, good man. Right, we come now to the number one seed in the under 90 kilo category, Todd Christian of Hungary. faces Fraser Chamberlain of Great Britain. It's Tot in the white judogi, Chamberlain in blue.
And Chamberlain there, you can see with the right hand high on the collar, but leaves himself a little bit vulnerable there with that Sianagi as Toot comes through underneath. Chamberlain now trying to follow and capitalise it thin in the knee waza. Chamberlain creeping up onto that shoulder. Toot, as you can see with the left hand on the lapel, blocking as well as he can that right side. Nice grip though from Chamberlain. Needs to do something with it though. Well, Toot, the #1 seeding of this competition, and rightly so.
Dennis Stewart is in the chair for Fraser Chamberlain, and it's funny how things work out or things come to mind. It's not the first time that Dennis Stewart has come up with someone in the name with Chamberlain. Don't you remember Mickey Chamberlain?
Mickey Chamberlain, yes, that's right.
That's what came to mind
In the Midlands.
yeah. Mickey Chamberlain got involved in the veterans. He was competing for a long time in the veterans and winning medals and stuff.
Well, when I saw Chamberlain, first of all, I wonder if it was a relative as such, because my son at one stage was in the under-90s and had to compete against Fraser.
Where's he from then, Fraser? Do you know where in the UK he's from? He's too big to be related to Mickey anyway.
Yeah.
Right and then left.
Camberley?
Oh, okay, he's from the south
so,
then,
yes. Hopefully I'm right there. If I'm not, I do apologise. There'll be someone going, oh, she got that wrong. But I'm quite sure something says Camberley for me.
Almost got round the back there. Chamberlain with that right arm. Felt that coming and kind of wriggled away from it. Shook it off. Just got his right elbow trapped at the moment. He wants to free that up.
Yeah, well, this is the first time he looked like he was in a bit of a knot with the grips, because up until now Chamberlain has controlled the Kumikata. He's been controlling his opponent, but this is the oh yes, that was lovely.
Doesn't give up a score.
Just doesn't give him. He did well to get out of that.
Single Shido.
Well, he did really well, and that's the danger, is getting around on those hips of Toot.
Sorry, pal.
Nice sportsmanship there.
And he even
You
stood
do
back
like
and
that.
gave him an extra second.
Yeah.
Yeah. Todd, he's too nice a guy. Ooh. Movement.
I was holding my breath there
Yeah.
just for that split second.
His reactions are
He's
so quick.
So
yeah.
sharp, isn't he? He seems to have now just stepped it up a little bit. The last half a minute in this contest before we enter into the golden score, if we get there. Oh, Sotogari. Oh. Again, it was deep. Some very nice attacks coming now from Toot. How on earth he managed to get off that, I'll never know. Oh. The arm was in the way, just broke the fall. Well, great performance from Chamberlain up to this point. He's still in with a shout of a guaranteed medal by getting himself into the final of the under 90s. And there he picks up his second Shido. He looks a little bit frustrated with himself. Well, he's doing well up until now, and he's got to be gutsy going out there. I always think to myself, you're better going out with a score than going out with a penalty of a hand sokimaki. Give it your whole, give it all you've got. Tut closing up shop, as you can see, drops Cianagi. Nice technique. And this is going to be the danger for Chamberlain, because the Cianagis are so powerful that if he starts to come forward and onto Tot, then he's just riding those Cianagis every time. A bit of a penalty there, as you could see. Totti was actually pushing the head a couple of times. He actually placed his whole hand on his forehead to push the head back. Oh, with the Uchimata, well, just about to say that he starts using his height as an advantage. He's got the long limbs, but seems to be riding these Cianagis, but he's got to now start coming in. And a few more attacks in. Well, I don't think so. The Cianagis were too powerful and too dangerous.
Chamberlain would like to be allowed a little bit longer on the mat. I don't think he's going to get it, though. No.
I think he knew that
he
as
saw
well.
that coming, yeah.
But good performance,
Yeah.
a great match. And the number 1 seed goes into the final of the under 90 kilos.
Well, Fraser Chamberlain will face Noel Fanta End in the repechage in the bronze medal contest. That'd be a tough one.
Yeah.
Right, we know Zlatko Kumrich was injured, so he couldn't take part. Viktor Demyanenko of Kazakhstan advances to the bronze medal contest. So that brings us to the semi-final in the under 100 kilo category. Right, let me have a quick look and see who we've got there. Yeah, Ramzan Malsuginov of Russia faces Otto Imala of Switzerland. It's Malsuginov in the white judogi, Imala in blue.
Lovely take back there from the Russian. Mala there, as you can see, with the left hand trying to get inside on that lapel. Russian 2 hands on that side skip, which is always a danger for the Ashiwazas. Comes through for Marati Sinagi. Sodi keeps persevering with that. Imala trying to block it. Does quite nicely now, works his way into the Niwaza, trying to create a turnover there. Doesn't get the finishing touch to it, but manages to rotate so far.
Some people have all the luck. Malsuganov has been riding his today. He knocked out the number 1 seed in round 2, Ramadan Darwish of Egypt. And then he defeated Viktor Demyanenko of Kazakhstan in the
lovely attack there.
quarterfinal.
Ippon.
And he's done Imala, who's looked reasonable today. Otto Imala, the Swiss boy. But 2 scores there. From, or was it 1? Did he?
2.
Did he have the Wazari first, and then
Yes.
and then he just threw for Ippon?
Yep.
Yeah, so 2 good scores from Malsuganov puts him in the final, and he's going to face Ben Fletcher. Now Benjamin Fletcher has been in a Grand Prix final before, so it's his 2nd Grand Prix final. He ended up in 2nd place in Cancun.
Yeah.
So he may be thinking, I'm going to do it this time. Well, Malsuganov has got other plans. That's the first score. Neat. It was a neat takedown, that one. We'll see if we got the big finish.
Lovely Ouchigari.
Nice turn, isn't it?
Beautifully
You just
planted.
nice awareness. You're going one way. Someone's attempting to throw you one way, and you end up throwing them the other way.
Yeah.
So that was good awareness.
He tried to do the Ashibare on him, but just read it completely wrong.
Right, Ruslan Shakbazov of Russia is up on. Well, we've only got Judo on map number 2 anyway, so it's the Russian who's taking to the mat. Now, this is a repechage contest in the plus 100 kilo category. And it's Shakbazov in the white judogi against Ikitior Kalmuratov of Uzbekistan. Shakbazov in the white judogi, Kalmuratov in blue.
It's a Temiwaza there from Kalmuratov. As he tries to look, he pulled the belts and the belt just came away in his arms. Well, Kalmuratov does favour the Sutemi-Wazas. There was an overkill in the previous match. Shakibazov there attempting Sinagi attempt. Both athletes just taking their time here. Neither one of them want to rush into this. Ah, she was there. Oh. Lovely attack there. Scoring was Ari. Now the Osakomi.
Nice Ashi was, wasn't it?
Yes, lovely. Great finish. And a place in the bronze medal final.
Just gets his hand down, but it's not enough to stop him from going over. Shakbazov will face Simeonescu in the first of the bronze medal contests when that comes up in the final block. And the final block will begin at 4 o'clock. It is now coming up to 20 to 3. We've got one more contest to bring you, and then we'll take a break. So I imagine that by 10 to 3, we'll be taking a break. So an hour and 10 minutes. We'll have a break. Coming up next, Sato Kazuya of Japan faces Alexander Gordienko of Ukraine. It's Sato in the white judogi, Gordienko in blue.
Well, this will be a very interesting match. Sato's been on form. He's been really firing, defeating the number 1 seed. Gordienko obviously has the height advantage there. Right hand on the lapel, controlling his opponent's right sleeve. But decides it looks a little bit weary there. He looked to have the control and then just backed off completely.
Sato is another of those fighters from the university of whom we have no real track record. The track record that we've got from today is that he knocked out the number 1 seed, Faisal Jabala. That was in round 2. He then went on to beat Ruslan Shakbazov of Russia, who we've just seen. And now he's in the semi-final against Alexander Gordienko. So already given us, a bit of a look at him. He'll have a track record after this competition.
It's just something not right here with the Ukraine. He just looks as if he's disengaged with this contest. Gordienko backing off at times. He's had opportunities where he's got a good grip and has completely released. Looking a little bit spacey out there.
Well, whomsoever wins this one is going to have to face Javad Majoub of Iran.
And
In the
Majoub,
final, he's looked really good.
Looking really good.
Yeah.
Osaragari attempt there from Gordienko.
All Ippons so far. Well, semi-final, Vlado Simeonescu picked up or gave away 3 penalties. But apart from that, the boy's been on good form, Majoub. Steaming.
Well, both picking up a Shido apiece. Minute and a half remaining in this semi-final of a plus 100 kilograms. Sato in white, Gordienko in the blue. Gordienko looking for the Uchimata, elbow tucked up in the air, really not getting much power generated in the upper body. Sato breaking off his grip now, looking to secure control as he comes in under the defences of that right left hand, as now you can see controlled by Godorenko. Once more he attempts an Amakekomi, but the elbow once more stuck up in the air, losing all that power. Sato was attempting a turnover there, and it looked quite effective from this position. Referee in a different angle obviously didn't see him tying up that arm. But Sato picking up his second Shido. From both these athletes, comparing to what they have been doing in the lead up to this semi-final, is looking pretty flat out here now. Koichigari there from Sato. Osotogari combination, Kosota. Well, we're now into the golden score. Sato goes into that golden score with 2 Shidos. Godorenko with the 1. Sato just, whoa! Well, he reacted well. Godorenko looking for the Osotogari once more, hopping around. Loses the upper body control. But nevertheless has put in quite a few attacks in this golden score, and I think Sato now is looking at his third and final Shido. And there you have it. Shido been awarded to Sato, and the win goes to Godorenko of the Ukraine, who go into the final.
Right, what we're going to do is to take a look at the way that things have worked out as far as the weight categories and, you know, the medal matches and everything. Let's have a look and see who we've got making an appearance in the bronze medal contest in the under 78 kilo category. We'll take a look at that first. Chloe Dolin of France will face Neogiana Nikiforova of Russia. It'll be Klara Opateka of Slovenia to face Sara Mzungwi of Tunisia. And in the final, it'll be Karen Stevenson, the #1 seed of the Netherlands, to go up against Izumi Maho of Japan.
Well, for me, I think Stevens definitely has been on form, and I'm quite sure will go win the final and take the title in this Grand Prix. Nikiforova, for me, has also been very impressive, and I think that will go through and take that bronze medal. Yeah, the bronze medal, I think it's going to be open. I really do. I'm sitting on the fence with that one.
Okay, let's take a look at the plus 78 kilo category then. Gulnia Tarasova of Ukraine is up against Anzela Gasparian of Russia, although I'm not that sure that the Russian will be able to take part, because she got the direct hand sokomake in that semi-final, if you remember. So it could be that direct hand sokomake out of the competition. So maybe Tarasova will get lucky and have a walkover. In the second of the bronze medal contest, Nihal Chikrahu of Tunisia faces Anna Maria Valencek of Slovenia. But in the final, it's Marina Slutskaya from Belarus, the #1 seed, to go up against Beatrice Souza, the #2 seed from Brazil.
Well, Tarasova for the Ukraine, I think, for 1 bronze medal. and Chekruhu I would like to see go through
for the
just
home,
for the
yeah,
home
yeah.
crowd, and the number 1 seed Slutskia for the gold medal.
Okay, in the under 90 kilo category, it is Machedo and Clamert going head to head in the first of the bronze medal contests. Rafael Machedo, who was it that got injured? Clamert, and they came and said he's not going to take part. Do you remember? Lisa came and said that there was a fighter who was not going to take part. She circled something.
Kumric
Oh, Zlatko Kumric.
of Croatia.
Of Croatia, okay.
Picked
So
up an injury.
that's in the under 100
That's in the
kilo
under
category. We'll
100s.
come to that. So Rafael Machedo of Brazil, David Clamert of the Czech Republic. They're going to go head to head in the first of the bronze medal contests, and then in the second bronze medal contest it's Noel van der End of the Netherlands. He's up against Fraser Chamberlain of Great Britain. The final is Tot Christian of Hungary, the number 1 seed, going up against Islam Bozbayev of Kazakhstan, the number 2 seed, number 1 and 2.
Well, for winning the tournament, Tot, I think he's been outstanding and very consistent throughout the day, and the number 1 seed going into this tournament, so him for the gold medal. Then Machedo of Brazil for 1 bronze medal, and my heart wants to say Chamberlain of Great Britain. Vantien, this is going to be a very tough match for both these guys, so just got to wait and see, but both, it'll be a very interesting match, and both have fought really well today.
Right, the under 100 kilo category then. Viktor Demianenko of Kazakhstan is up against Lis Bouyakoub of Algeria. That's the first of the bronze medal contest. The second bronze medal contest features Leonardo Gonçalves of Brazil, and he is up against Otto Imala of Switzerland, who's done a really, really good job today. It's the second of the bronze medal contest. The final features Ramazan Mersungonov of Russia. He's up against Benjamin Fletcher of Ireland.
Boyakov for one of the bronze medals, I felt, for me, and I'm going to go with
Gonçalves or Imala?
Gonçalves.
Okay, Gonçalves of
Yes,
Brazil.
I picked him as a favourite right at the beginning, and so I'm still sticking with him, youngster coming through.
Malsugenov and Fletcher?
Malsugenov, yes, I think he's been brilliant, but Fletcher has been on form.
Got the bit between his teeth.
He's got the bit, and I think he could do it.
Got
I
the bit
really
between
do.
his teeth and the tape around his nose.
Exactly.
Right, okay, in the plus 100 kilo category, Ruslan Shakbazov of Russia faces Vladut Simeonescu of Romania. That's the first of the bronze medal contest. The second of the bronze medal contest features Tamerlan Bashayev of Russia. He's up against Alexander Gordienko of Ukraine. And then the final is Sato Katsuya of Japan. He's up against Javad Majub of Iran.
Well, for Gordienko, somewhere just says to me Gordienko could actually do this. He's up on a high. Majub, though, has been performing. He's a solid performance throughout.
Sato is in the final.
Oh, right.
It's
Sato. Sorry,
Sato.
I've got the wrong one here.
That's okay.
So Sato, but
And Majub.
Majub, definitely. Majub performance today, and Shabazov of Russia in the 1 bronze medal. Basiev.
Could take the other. I think the
Could
two
take the
Russians
other.
there look
Two
quite
Russians,
strong.
definitely. And both have
Shakbazov and Bashayev. Simeonescu may have something to say about it. We'll
He's
find
a
out.
big lad, but I wasn't impressed in 1 or 2 of his matches. I don't think he's been very consistent.
We shall find out. It's now 10 to 3. We've got an hour and 10 minutes before we come back with the final block on day 3 of competition from, where are we? Tunis.
Where are we?
On the
Tunis?
3rd day of competition in Tunis. We look forward to your company then, but from Loretta Cusack and myself, it's bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.